Well, good evening and welcome to the Board of Education for Weld County School District 6. Today is January 24th, 2022. This meeting will now come to order. Please join us for the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Lemon, will you call the roll for us, please?
Director Bentley.
Present.
Director Mash. Present. Director Matthews.
Present.
Director Mueller. Present. Director Norwood.
Present.
Director Pappas.
Present.
Director Sullivan.
Present.
All board members present.
Thank you, Ms. Lemon. We are doing some changes to how we arrange our meetings due to some advice that we've received, and so we'll be looking at that over the next few weeks. But we're going to start our meeting. Normally we start with presidential comments, but we're going to start our meeting tonight with a special presentation from Franklin Middle School. And so I'd like to invite our students and our staff from Franklin Middle School to the podium.
I see Mr. Osmus coming to the podium as well.
Fix the mic. All right. Really close to that.
Yeah, guys, you have to speak almost directly into these mics to be heard. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. President, School Board, Superintendent Pilch, staff, and community members. Thank you for giving this opportunity for us to speak tonight. My name is Alexander Irizarry, Student Council President at Franklin Middle School. With me this evening is Vice President Estrella Delgado, Secretary Angel Soto, Treasurer Isaac Lopez. We are here to present you with this banner signed by the entire student body as a token of our appreciation and to celebrate you for School Board Recognition Month. Your dedication to our community does not go unnoticed, and we wanted to thank you for supporting our future. I now turn it over to our Vice President, who has an additional presentation. Estrella?
So, gentlemen, I don't think we want you to wind that up. I think we're going to get a picture of that. Yeah, I think we're going to tack it to the wall right now.
You guys look over here, the Tribune would like to take a picture right over there. There you go.
Hang on just a second, guys, with the banner. Go ahead, please, Ms. Vice President.
My name is Estrella Delgado Corchado, Vice President of the School Student Council at Franklin Middle School. I would like to present these thank you cards on behalf of the teachers and staff. We wanted to make sure you all know how much Franklin Middle School community appreciates you all. You are all now officially Franklin Vipers. Thank you.
Thank you all. Dr. Coach, can we, Ms. Myers, can we get a picture with all the board with that banner? Would that be okay? And our students.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Great way to start the night.
Dr. Lester, thank you so much. And to your students and staff, thank you.
Yes, thank you, Franklin Middle School. It's greatly appreciated. And thank your friends and all of those who participated from Franklin. Next on our meeting, I know it says Board of Education presidential announcements, but we're also going to move all of our students up to the front and go ahead with our Council of Student Representative report. So I'd like to invite our Council of Student Representatives to the podium.
Good evening. I'm Dr. Insoon Olson, principal of Northridge High School and the representative for the District 6 Council of Student Representatives. And it is my pleasure tonight to have 4 young adults speak to you about their experience at Frontier Academy. So I'd like to hand it right over to Keller McBride.
Good evening. We're going to start with introductions. My name is Keller McBride. I'm a senior at Frontier this year. After graduation, I plan on attending UNC and studying business and computer information systems. At Frontier, I've been involved in athletics, leadership teams, and different academic programs.
My name is Raymond Castillo, and I'm a junior at Frontier Academy. At Frontier, I am most involved with theater, academic decathlon, and other leadership teams.
Hi, my name is Blythe Schaller. I'm also a junior at Frontier, and I'm most involved in theater and volleyball.
Hi, my name is Carter Anderson. I am a junior at Frontier as well, and I'm dual enrolled at Ames to get my associates before I graduate my senior year. I am currently most involved in the CSR board, other leadership teams, and theater. I'm the CSR board secretary.
All right, so at Frontier, we have a little bit of a different perspective from other schools in our district, being that we are a little bit smaller. That smaller size helps us to have a really strong community within each grade. The community that we have cultivated is something that we have found is one of our major glows. This goes hand in hand with another one of our glows, academics. The strong community in each grade inspires competition and drive to do better academically. Rather than competition tearing the Frontier team apart, it is something that is friendly and encouraging. These 2 major glows help Frontier to be the school that I've known and loved for the past 13 years.
As Keller stated, we are a small charter school and have a strong community between each grade. This can also be seen through athletic and theatrical departments. We have cross-country and track and field teams that are deeply passionate about what they do and have that amazing team spirit and camaraderie. Our theater program is very, very similar. They are a very passionate group that spans over middle and high school. All of this passion and community throughout our school help Frontier rise to its full potential and represents the good of Frontier and what we are proud of.
One of the main things that binds a school together is school spirit. This can be achieved by supporting athletic events, participating in clubs, etc. Since COVID began, we have seen our school spirit slowly decrease. Although, as previously stated, the community amongst each grade level and even post-graduation is strong, but we lack in building relationships between grade levels, especially between the middle and high school. This is due to the fact that we weren't allowed to come together as one whole school to celebrate and share our achievements in the same way anymore. It is important that we reinstate a sense of togetherness in order to fulfill our mission statement. Our mission at Frontier is to build leaders by developing good character, establishing a strong educational foundation, supporting diverse extracurricular activities, and serving our entire community. At Frontier, we use the Zulu word Ubuntu quite frequently, meaning I am because we are. At a small K-12 school like Frontier, it can seem easy to build relationships given we all grow up together. This gives us a unique opportunity to lift each other up and support our peers in ways that other schools may not be able to. It's time for us to rebuild our community so that we can better serve those around us.
As Blythe said, our main goal this year was to amplify school spirit. This is one of the ways that our school can grow this year and hopefully in future years. The way that we have started working on this so far has been through open dialogue between our other leaderships teams in our middle school and high school, forming a new spirit committee that all students and staff are able to join, and refining our advertising in order to reach all audiences of our school and raise morale. As the board, we love inclusive opportunities that you guys have given us as charter schools, and when considering topics, we can take those experiences back to our school. They are excellent examples of how we can further pursue our mission. Additionally, any success or pitfalls that you guys can identify when supporting us through the public schools improving their school spirit. Thank you so much, Dr. Pilch and the rest of the school board, for letting us speak today on this topic.
President Matthews, I would like
Yes,
to
ma'am.
introduce their assistant principal who is with them tonight, Mrs. Jackie Smith. Jackie, stand up and give a wave to our Board of Education. And thank you for being here.
Yeah, as always, we're thankful for you guys, our students, and who take the time out to report to us how things look from your perspective in our district. And so we appreciate your involvement at this level greatly. So thank you very much. So now we are to board president announcements, and I don't have a lot of announcements tonight. We have a number of people who want to speak to us tonight, so we're going to make this. I'll make my comments rather brief, but there are some things that we have heard over the last few months that we certainly wanted to make straight. That we are glad to have everyone's opinion represented. We welcome everyone to come and to speak to us, but there have been a number of things that have been said over the last few weeks and months that simply are wrong. And so we wanted to make sure that we said, sort of set the record straight about what was true and what's not true in the district. And so untrue statements that we've heard. One, COVID-19 is the same as colds and flus for children. And the truth is that while it can be mild in children, more young people are being hospitalized and are experiencing more severe symptoms with the Omicron variant. Board members are being compensated for requiring masks. That's been said. That is untrue. The truth is board members have received no payments for requiring masks and do not receive a stipend for serving as board members. The next untrue statement, District 6 is receiving money from the federal government for requiring masks. The district should pay the money back so that it can remove masks from students. The truth is all school districts in the nation have received COVID-19 relief money known as ESSER funds from the federal government, and none of that money is tied to whether a school district requires masks. Next one, members of the Board of Education purchased and plan to install bulletproof glass around the dais. That statement was made at a board meeting, and it's untrue. This has never even been discussed as a possibility by the Board of Education. The next untrue statement, board members must sign a paper that says that if 4 members vote for something, that the other 3 must vote with the majority. Again, this is untrue. There is no paper school board members must sign that says they will vote for the majority with the majority of the members. Board members are encouraged to vote in line with their beliefs. The next untrue thing that we've heard, COVID-19 case numbers are plummeting. This is absolutely not true. At the time it was stated, and is not supported by the data we received from the Well Department of Public Health and Colorado Department of Public Health. These numbers will be in Nate's presentation. The next thing that we have heard that's untrue is that, or the next statement that was made was Michael Matthews said that the district is not requiring masks to enhance public safety. This is true. I did say that in an email. I said that the district is requiring masks for the safety of students and staff at our schools, not for the public safety in general. District 6 cannot control the actions of students and families when they are not in school, and therefore cannot ensure public safety by the wearing of masks in school. This is being done to limit the quarantines and keep students and staff as safe and healthy as possible based on the best recommendations we're receiving from health professionals. So again, we just wanted to set the record straight. We welcome everybody's opinion, but also want the public to know the facts about what's happening in our district and with this virus. And those are all the comments that I have tonight. And so the next item on our agenda is actually to approve the agenda. So we'll need a motion to move forward.
I move that the Board of Education of Greeley Evans School District 6 approves the agenda as presented.
Second.
Thank you both. Is there any discussion on the agenda? Hearing none, Ms. Lemon.
Director Bentley?
Aye.
Director Mash?
Aye.
Director Matthews?
Aye.
Director Mueller?
Aye.
Director Norwood?
Aye.
Director Pappas?
Aye.
Director Sullivan?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Lemon. We're now to our public participation regarding agenda items. And as I said, we have a number of people who want to speak to us tonight, and we're glad to hear them. I will read, the way I'm going to do this, because we have so many tonight, and we normally have a 30-minute time limit for speakers. We're going to extend that and remove that, or actually remove that limit, so that everybody has time to speak. Everybody will have 2 minutes to speak, and you will speak in the order in which you're signed up. Out of respect for the guests who are here, we ask that everyone exercise their speech rights responsibly, and so that everyone is treated with dignity and respect. Again, as I said, you're going to be heard speak in the order in which you signed up, and comments are going to be limited to 2 minutes. So we'll go ahead and start with our public participation. We'll hear from Sherry Pife first, and next we'll have Ryan Pife.
Good evening. I'm exhausted. I've been before this board, I don't know how many times in the last year, more than I have been in the 54 years I've lived in this town. I'm a 4th generation Weld County resident, and I am a 2nd generation Greeley Evans graduate. My nephew's with me tonight. He's a 3rd generation graduate, and his son will be a 4th graduate of this school district and a 6th generation native of this community. For the last 2 years, I've lived my life. I've traveled, I've dated, I've eaten out, I've gone dancing, I've left the country 3 times. I cared for my 93-year-old ailing mother in my home under hospice until the day she died. I've attended function after function, things that I call function that many in this room want to accuse me of being at super spreaders. Nearly 2 weeks ago, I was looked square in the eye and told by someone that they couldn't understand yet how I have not gotten sick. In February 2020, Anthony Fauci told all of us that store-bought face masks would not be very effective at protecting against the COVID-19 pandemic, and advised us that it wasn't a big deal not to wear one. A few months later, he said they were. A few months later, he recommended doubling up on them. A few months later, he's recommending vaccines. Then he recommended a booster. Now we're on to booster shot number 3, 4, 5, 6. For nearly 2 years, when I've been required to wear a mask, I've worn the one that you've seen in here the most that says this mask is useless. A local nurse has come before this board numerous times telling you that cloth and surgical masks don't work. And all the while, people in this community have called us flat earthers, anti-vaxxers, QAnons, anti-science, you name it, narcissistic. We've been called every name in the book because we've chosen to take our chances with the virus rather than live our life in fear. And finally, 2 weeks ago, Fauci said, hey, cloth masks and surgical masks really don't work, that the only mask that works are the N95s. And guess what? They don't make N95 masks for children. And just in the last week, we've heard that hospitalizations are declining, cases are declining, the surge has peaked, and CDPHE is now saying that likely this is the end of the pandemic. It is time to move forward and get the masks off our kids' face.
Thank you, Ms. Pife. We'll hear next from Mr. Ryan Pife, and then after that, Brandy Nieto.
So I understand the reason we want to wear masks, or put masks on our kids, is because we want to keep them safe, and we don't want them to get harmed. But from my personal experience, this whole thing, I've seen more harm from everything but COVID, okay? So my son has developed a chronic rash on his nose and his upper lip that I went and saw a doctor, and basically they didn't know what it was or treatment. Now, over the holidays, he doesn't wear a mask, it clears up. Pretty cut and dry for me on what's causing the rash. One day he still tells me he passed out at the gym class because he was wearing his mask. He said he was faint and fell down. I thought, oh, no big deal. Fell down, that's what little boys do. Come to find out he was wearing his mask and got faint and fell down. Again, mask harming my kid, not keeping him safe. Enough to just piss me off right there. On top of that, I was dating, I'm a single dad, dated a woman that got the vaccine. I developed myocarditis in my heart, was beating out of my chest, and I thought I was about to die. Okay, so another thing that you guys want to promote to say that's going to save everybody and keep them safe injured me. So now my son's been injured, I've been injured, and then just last week, my best friend got his booster shot trying to keep everybody safe, and he's dead 4 days later after his booster shot. 42 years old, not dead from COVID, dead from the booster. So all these recommendations that you guys are saying coming from somewhere else are in the best for everybody, from my experience, it's caused nothing but harm and death for my family and my friends. So when you guys send out this bullshit quarantine, wear a mask, on and off, all I'm thinking is who else is going to get harmed by this scenario? What you guys are doing is not helping anybody. The masks need to come off. I've seen parents start to sue school boards. I don't want to do that, but I've seen them sue in many different ways. I'm not a genius on suing people, but if anybody wants to join or I want to join them, I'm kind of down for that right now, unless we start seeing some changes. So my suggestion is make masks optional, take away all these testing and mandates and vaccines, and let's just move forward with life. Nobody's going to die.
Thank you, Mr. Pike. Again, our next speaker is Ms. Randy Nieto, and after her, we'll hear from Ms. Angelica Weiss. Ms. Nieto, are you with us? Okay. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Angelica Weiss, and after that, Mr. Patrick Flynn.
The emotional toll these masks are taking on the kids is unfathomable, and we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg of what we'll see in the future down the road. This is leaving lasting effects on them, and you are responsible for that travesty. English is my second language, and I know how difficult it is to be thrown into a classroom not being able to speak a word or understand a word that anyone is saying. 55% of the kids in this district are in the same boat. If you've never been in that situation, you have no idea how difficult and stressful that is for a child. You piece everything around you together like a puzzle. And not just, you have missing pieces, but not just missing pieces, but you have the wrong pieces. And now you have taken more very crucial pieces of that puzzle away from those kids. Facial expressions and mouth movements are a huge part of that puzzle. When you move from a foreign country, you don't only have to get a new language and a new culture, but now you don't even have a reassuring smile from a teacher or from your peers in your classroom. Smiles from people around me is what got me through that time. Communicating with facial expressions was the only way I was able to make my first friends. Whether it's a smile or making a silly face at a new friend to try and get them to laugh, it's the only way to do it when you do not speak the language, and you took that away. And you didn't take it just away from those 55% of kids who don't have English as their first language, but all the kids struggling that wanting to make a connection with others. And for what? For masks that the CDC and Fauci now finally admit don't work? Us moms have told you that from the very beginning. But just like Sherry said, you called us names anti-maskers. What did you ever think of looking at us in a positive way instead? Trying to understand us, trying to understand what we're saying and why we're saying it, and why our children are being hurt, and listen to those situations that we're experiencing firsthand. Since it's obvious you have no intention to listen to the moms, maybe at least now you'll listen to the CDC when they say masks don't work. Stop forcing this on our kids. Masks should be up to the parents, not to you.
Thank you, Ms. Weiss. Our next speaker, Mr. Patrick Flynn, and after that we'll hear from Ms. Bobby Schilling.
Good evening, and thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak and be heard. As a cancer survivor, a husband, a father, a patriot, and a citizen of this country, I can express to you my extreme concern regarding violations of fundamental rights and control. I'm angry with myself that I did not spring into action much sooner than today and fight for those that can't or choose not to. This is not just a local problem. This is a nationwide fundamental problem. It is beyond time for the 1% to take their own precautions and make way for the 99%. If you or anyone for that matter feels like wearing a mask will keep you safe, be my guest. I won't judge you, but those that don't want to get the right to choose. My dad, who is a lieutenant colonel in the United States Marine Corps who served and fought in 2 wars, did so to protect our freedoms and rights as free citizens. Don't let the brave men and women who died taking the oath die in vain. You recite the Pledge of Allegiance every week. Define those words you speak and tell me how you are misinterpreting those sacred words every time. We talk about the greater good as a nation. Putting a mask on our kids is an extreme false sense of safety and certainly not going to have any marginal effect on the greater population. If you think otherwise, you're an ignorant fool who has been manipulated by fear. This notion is absurd. Our kids need to see smiling in the hallways and classrooms. They need to feel loved, comforted, and most importantly, happy. Board members, do what is right and what the will of the parents and people are. Take a stand. You have the ability to make positive changes in our kids' lives. You help guide their futures, so please do so with freedom and integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Flynn. Again, our next speaker is Ms. Bobby Schilling, and then after that, Ms. Tanis Batur.
Good evening. I grew up with a mother as a District 6 teacher and administrator for many years. My grandmother was a teacher and served 2 terms on our district school board back in the 80s. Now that I myself have had children in the district for several years, I have noticed a shift in the education of our children. Topics that were never previously touched on in classrooms, viewpoints of teachers being paraded out in the open, more focus on emotion and feelings rather than lessons and ideas. We need to remember where education started and what it included. For all the many years my family has been part of this district, I can tell you for certain at no point in that time have parents' thoughts and opinions been more questioned or criticized. At no point have teachers and administrators been more closed off from parents and their input, Superintendent Pilch, when you canceled my meeting and never rescheduled. And for what reason? What has changed? Don't tell me it's because of a virus that children can and probably will contract. Don't tell me that this virus is far more deadly than to our children than any others, RSV. Don't tell me it's because school board members are more medically versed in health protocols than my own pediatrician. Because none of that is true. Who remembers the last time so many children were dealing with mental health issues? Who remembers the last time so many children cried and fought their parents because they didn't want to go to school? These are problems this district is creating. There are private and charter schools as well as other public schools just minutes from us where children are continuing to flourish. Public school enrollment has dropped for the 2nd year in a row in this state. Why do you think that is? Your job as school board members is to focus on the educational advancement of our children. That's it. We do not need you telling us how to keep our children healthy. We've been doing that for years on our own. I will leave you with a quote from a student from another district within our country who put it quite well. Quote, "Thank you for teaching students that their own mental health is so much less important than making triple vaccinated adults feel safe. Thank you for teaching us that we should never question authority or think critically." End quote.
Thank you, Ms. Schilling. Our next speaker is Ms. Tanis Batur, and then following her will be Mr. Tommy Batur.
Superintendent Pilch, board members, I am a volunteer in 2 District 6 schools, a former District 6 educator, and a Greeley resident. 2 phrases from the preamble of the United States Constitution come to mind this evening: to provide for the common defense and promote the general welfare. Thank you for supporting students, staff, and families in the past with your reasoned and science-based approach. Tonight, you revisit your mask mandate. Keeping those 2 phrases in mind, provide for the common defense and promote the general welfare, I hope that you thoughtfully consider what has gone before and what comes next. What supports must be in place to safely and effectively continue in-person learning? A common purpose for families, staff, and students is to keep in-person learning as intact as possible. Vaccinations, masks, social distancing, and hygiene are still recommended in safety guidelines. According to your website, over 22,000 students are served in District 6. 7,000 to 10,000 families, those of staff. A survey of those who have actual students in the district could help you understand their concerns and level of support. The first semester mask mandate was only for K through 8th grade students and not for the high school. What data could you glean from that? There are those for whom masks are problematic. I've not witnessed that where I volunteer, but it's certainly possible for some. If you read the side effects on prescribed medication, you can see that someone somewhere had real issues. However, as a general rule, the prescription is useful and effective. I also wonder what students are learning when they see adults yelling, hurling insults and accusations, and refusing to follow rules put in place as safety precautions. When they become young adults in the workplace or in society, what sort of soft skills will they possess?
Thank you, Ms. Batur. Our next speaker is Mr. Tommy Batur, and he'll be followed by Ms. Cassie King.
Tommy Batur, I taught art, PE, and coached a lot of wrestlers over 30 years in public schools. I support the mask mandate, and I wear a mask almost always when I'm out and about. And mostly, I wear it because I feel it protects everybody else. And so I get a good feeling about feeling like I'm helping everyone else. If we're against masks, or if you're against masks, let's hear what your plan is to make things better. Just being against things is not gonna take care of this. So if you have credibility, we need to hear what your plan is. If you decide to change the mask mandate or do something, I'm assuming that you will probably issue a list of what you think best practices are and what you would like everybody to do, and that you will support and try to reward the people that are following your guidelines.
Thank you, Mr. Batur. Next is Ms. Cassie King, and then Ms. Pam Bricker.
Good evening. I am a proud parent of 2 kids in District 6. I have chosen to speak this evening in regard to parent choice, and I'm here to be the voice for my children. I don't know which of you have children and which of you don't, but I would like to give you a reminder that as a parent, it is my God-given right and responsibility to protect my children, not just physically, but mentally and emotionally as well. I have always been pro-school and felt my children's safety and well-being were taken care of while at school. That's becoming questionable, and like many other parents, I've been considering other options. My children do not belong to the school system, nor are they a dollar bill or a tool to get funding, especially at the expense of their well-being and development. I was unable to attend the last board meeting because my masked daughter brought home COVID from school. School was the only public place that she had been the entire week, but masks work, right? Of course, within days, we had all contracted the virus. We know that masks don't protect against COVID. Fauci has finally acknowledged that type of mask and how long they are worn do not protect against or stop the virus. I support freedom of choice. For parents that want to mask their kids, I support their choice, but I want the same support in my freedom of choice to choose what I feel is best for my children as well. These kids need to have healthy social interactions. Our kids missing smiling faces and facial expressions. They are worn down and exhausted with the pandemic just as much as we are as adults. It's time to continue life and let our kids regain normalcy. The second issue that I want to address is the upcoming proposed change in the curriculum for the state of Colorado, particularly the social studies. I do not and will not support CRT. I will not stand by and allow mind manipulation or the reintroduction of segregation in classrooms. Sexuality and sexual orientation are not a form of education that schools need to inform my children on. These are personal matters along with religion and political opinion that should be dealt with and addressed at home. There are more and more parents that are waking up and seeing that schools are overstepping. Funding does not come before our children's well-being. If parental rights continue to be infringed upon, you will see more and more students leave the public schools. Parents are pulling together and they're standing up for demand for change and respect for our parental rights.
Thank you, Ms. King. Our next speaker is Ms. Pam Bricker, and she'll be followed by Ms. Carol Ritz.
Hello. I do not come to you in anger. I come to you with thanks. I cannot even imagine what our staffs have been through for the last 2 years, and I just want to, from the very top to the very bottom, I just want to thank everyone who has managed to provide some education for our children in any way. I do want to point out that I read an interesting article in the Greeley Tribune on Saturday. It was from 2 pediatric doctors that are in Greeley. And both of them were strongly recommending masks for children as well as vaccines for all. And some incredible statistics that they shared. Only 15% of the 5 to 11-year-olds in Will County are fully vaccinated, so that particular group is at risk. And then
We also peaked, according to the Will County Health Department, at 215 cases in one day last Tuesday. Also, the pediatricians were saying that they are sending the sick kids to Denver, to Children's Hospital, and it's the highest number of pediatric admissions since COVID started. So I understand that masks aren't fun, but I do believe that I do have a daughter that's a teacher in Denver, and they are very, very good at keeping all of the students there with masks on, and really having very good success with that. And what happens when you get a COVID case is, then teachers end up getting it, and then a lot of kids are missing a lot of school. So just wanted to point some of those things out, and also wanted to mention that I've heard from 2 different high school students at 2 different high schools that in most cases, the kids are not wearing their masks in high schools, and it's not being enforced. Just wanted to throw that
Thank you,
out.
Ms. Bricker. Our next speaker is Ms. Carol Riggs, and she'll be followed by Ms. Jennifer Arona.
Good evening. I'm a retired school administrator and teacher, and I am concerned about how our teachers
Excuse me, Mr. Riggs. Could everyone please be quiet and allow Ms. Riggs to speak? Thank you.
I'm concerned about the teachers. What is the mental health of these teachers not being able to deal with all the different things that are going on with their students? And as we move forward, there are going to be teachers leaving because of the overwhelming stress that this has provided or put on them. There are a lot of teachers contemplating quitting this year. And right now, you know as well as I do how difficult it is to fill positions. What's going to happen? You don't know what that family life is for that teacher. Does she have a compromised child at home? Does she have elderly parents? We need to protect everybody, and that includes the bus drivers, the subs. You know what it's like to get a sub or a coach or the cafeteria workers. And if wearing a mask can provide that, I think that we, as a common good, can do that. Masks help keep our schools open. As a teacher, when you teach a lesson and you've got 4 kids out, they come back, you can't teach your next lesson. You got to take those 4 kids and give them that lesson on commas. And so it's dragging down the speed in which teaching can go on. So we got to keep these kids healthy. We got to keep the schools open and not being remote, so masks can do that for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Riggs. Our next speaker is Ms. Jennifer Arona, and following her, we'll have Ms. Jamie Weber.
Hi, good evening, board. My name is Jennifer Arona. I am currently a 4th grade teacher. I am also a parent of 3 students, one in elementary school, one in middle school, one in high school. And I asked my staff members today what their stance was on masks, and I heard valid points from both sides. I appreciate both points. And I'm sorry, what was that? So why can't both sides? May I finish? I'll get to it, I promise. Thank you. I appreciate the board is taking the time to weigh all opinions presented to make the best judgment that you can. And I trust that you're taking this time to do so. Okay. My reason for speaking this evening is I am your friend. I am. And unfortunately, this is not. You want to know what I think?
Ms. Arona, could you please speak directly to us, and if we could have everyone else please be silent and show our speakers their respect. Thank you.
I absolutely am. And yes, Mr. Matthews, I am a teacher. And I absolutely love my job. And I love my students wholeheartedly. And I love everything about this district. Unfortunately, though, the time that's spent here is misguided. Our issue isn't masks, and in all honesty, give the squeaky wheel what they're demanding so we can please move on to what's important. I am a teacher, and I love my students, and fortunately, my students have great respect in the classroom because I have that for them. What our students need are staff members who are able to be there, but unfortunately, we can't because we're sick. What students need are teachers that consistently can be there, but we can't because we're covering classes, because we're serving lunch, because we don't have what we need. We get there early so we could vacuum and spray down desks. We work during our lunch and our plan, and I'm sorry, I respect that my time was taken, but
You can continue.
the person that spoke ahead of me talked about what our teachers are going through. Now, our teachers are home because they've worked way more than their 8 hours. Morale isn't broken, morale is being challenged. And so if what we have to do is allow this problem to be pushed to the side so we could address the real problems, that's what I would appreciate as a teacher. That we have the opportunity to give to our students the best education possible, because focusing on this is distracting from what they truly need, which is bodies there to support and love them.
Thank you, Ms. Aruna.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Jamie Weber, and she'll be followed by Ms. Rhonda Solis.
Good evening. Over the last 6 months of this COVID argument that we've been having since October, COVID protocol argument, nurses, doctors, teachers, faculty, people who I would consider worthy of listening to have provided mounds and mounds of data and research, not just anger and comments, to this board, which go ignored quite often. The amount of damage that's being done to these kids socially, emotionally, and educationally is not going to be able to be regained. 6 months and they think this is normal. And then there's all of last year as well. I have people out in the hallway begging me to bring up the impact this has had on their special needs children. They're sinking, they can't keep up, they rely on the facial expression to learn. Children can get the vaccine. It was stated by our president of this board that we're masking to protect the children who cannot get the vaccine yet. I'd like to tell you there's a bus 2 blocks from here vaccinating 5 and up. Everybody knows where to get that shot if they want it. If they haven't gotten it, they don't want it. They want their natural immunity to take hold and fight this and let it go its route. This board has fellow humans that you serve, and you have been informed of the physical, social, and psychological damage that you're continuing to inflict on these children. And we will hold you personally responsible for everything that happens to these kids while they're in your district. Each of your school board members and superintendent can be held personally liable. This goes for medical decisions and curriculum and every single decision you make pertaining to these children. You will be held personally liable, and we are prepared to take the steps necessary to stop you. And if you've got a pen and paper handy, go ahead and note United States Code, Title 18, Section 242, deprivation of rights under the color of law. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. Our next speaker is Ms. Rhonda Solis, and she'll be followed by Mr. David Meek. Ms. Solis is not here? Okay. We'll move forward with Mr. Meek. David Meek.
That's the trouble with the mask. I can't half hear you, and I've got $6,000 ears thanks to the Air Force. And I can't believe we're going through all of this. It's crazy. When will y'all listen? For you new guys, welcome to the board. I sent you an email. I am the legendary mountain man, Joe Meek, and famous evangelist now, former pastor. of glad tidings. And I'm so honored to be in this district over 30 years. I will stay here till the rapture, and then remind you all, we all will stand before Almighty God, right? And we will answer to Him. Sounds like a lawsuit's already getting ready started. Especially us veterans, we didn't fight for some things like this. It's amazing, amazing. I was just sitting here thinking, I've been to Missouri twice, I've been to Kansas twice, I've been to Dallas, Texas, over San Simon, Arizona, and here I am, I'm going to Casper, and I don't wear a mask, and I'm going to Casper, Wyoming this weekend without a mask to do Mountain Man. I just dawned on me, I've been all over these places and still haven't got sick. Yeah, I know it's the grace of God. I welcome you guys to the new board, you new ones to the new board. You've just walked into, you don't know what you walked into, so I won't say more. That letter I emailed you, I hope you got that. It is the truth. I am well known at this Capitol. And I don't want to go to another suicide funeral. And I know you don't either. Mental health, that's why we got to get Bible in schools. I've already talked to you about that, and then just get rid of that 666. I can't believe the chairman of a board would allow 666. A minister, I should say, supposedly minister would ever allow 666. So Father, help us in Jesus' name.
Thank you, Mr. Meek. Our next speaker is Ms. Beth Wagner. Following Ms. Wagner, we'll have Ms. Sonia Miller.
Getting old. Well, I would like to say hello. My first time here, parents and concerned members of the community have shown tremendous forbearance over the last 1.5, nearly 2 school years. It's time now to put aside your pride, set an ethical example for the kids, and admit that you were wrong. Stop using our kids as pawns. Admit your masking decisions are now based not on health, as we know, but compliance, money, and manipulation. By ignoring readily accessible data that shows standard masks are completely ineffective at subduing the spread, but terribly effective at harboring bacteria, promoting mental, emotional, and physical health issues, overwhelming kids with irrational, unreasonable, and unwarranted fears and anxiety, and they have enough to worry about. Proverbs 22:6 states, "Train a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it." The board's decisions show that health is of less importance than agenda. Our kids are being taught blind compliance, and that even if you don't think something is quite right, as long as the price is right, it's okay. As educators and board members, all of your decisions should be based on the kids' best interest. Are they? Is helping kids learn, grow, thrive, think for themselves, and become strong, capable members of our society at the root of all your decisions? If not, perhaps a resignation should be considered. Another case in point, allowing the COVID bus to troll our school grounds and lure children to get themselves injected with a toxin with a Walmart gift card is at the very least inappropriate. Also, now that the ESSER millions have been, multi-millions, pardon me, been presumably accepted and perhaps even spent, what's the game plan for when the purse strings are cut? What's going to happen with the budget? It appears as though, while the school's bank accounts may be hefty, our children's proper education is progressively headed toward bankruptcy. By the way, colds and flu, as we know, are nothing new. They and COVID will be around long after you and I have left this life. Humanity has survived this long without masking. Let's set a positive example for not only our community, but other communities, and unmask our children.
Thank you, Ms. Wagner. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Sonia Miller.
Hello, board. Pastor Michael Matthews. You say that there's not funds attached to ESSER, but I'm looking at a program right here. I'm gonna take this off, right? Because this is stupid. This is the kind of stuff I gotta do to get in here. Project SAFE, okay? This is the U.S. Department of Education, fiscal year 21 to 22. Program information, eligibility. Eligibility has adopted a policy to implement and is implementing one or more of the strategic recommended protocols of the CDC. Promoting vaccination, check, right? You get these buses out to our kids to get these poisons in our kids. Shame on you. Shame on you. $100 gift card for a 12-year-old. Shame on all of you guys. So gross. I can't even look at your faces. Consistent and correct mask use. So here come the N95s, right? So we can't get away with this under the nose business. We got N95s that the government's going to be sending us from China. What are they laced with? What are our kids going to be inhaling while they're sitting there in those masks? Okay? Screening and testing, check. Hand washing and respiratory etiquette, check. Contact tracing in combination with isolation and quarantine, check. Cleaning and disinfection, check. There is a checklist, and you guys are bound to these guidelines if you have taken this money. Okay, so quit trying to BS us. Secondly, of course, 666, Pastor, I would like you to do something about that. If there's anybody sitting on this board that ought to be able to do something about that, it ought to be you. What are you doing sitting there in silence? And after we bring it up to you every time, then you come after it and you say, oh, it's National Ice Cream Day, this meeting is adjourned. Give me a break. Quit wasting our time, Pastor Michael Matthews. You start taking care of these kids. All of you start taking care of these kids. Get that 666 out of our logo right now. We demand it. That is satanic. That is not what our district is about. Do you hear me? Get it out, Pastor. Now, I want to read you for the last few seconds a couple death reports from the VARS website. Arizona, 22-year-old female, death. My daughter passed. Don't cut me off. You let those other people talk forever. My daughter passed away in her sleep. Okay, this vaccine is killing people. I'll be back to talk to you at the next, at the end of the meeting for the next public comment.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. We are now to our work session report. Ms. Lemon.
Board of Education President Michael Matthews began the work session with comments and updates from board members. The meeting continued with a review of the calendar of upcoming events, touched base on community engagement, and the meeting concluded with a debrief of the work session.
Thank you, Ms. Lemon. And we're now to our superintendent's report. So Dr. Pilch, I'll give it to you.
Thank you, President Matthews. I first want to give a shout out to Franklin Middle School, who on their own decided to come forward and recognize the Board of Education. They reached out to us a week or 10 days ago and just said, can we be on the agenda to do a special presentation? And I think that's really cool that they were leading that at their school. In addition to preparing for the banner and the presentation to the board, it also provided those students an opportunity to learn about public officials and how people get elected to positions, and to learn about school board members and what you all do as a job, and that you're elected officials who perform as a volunteer community service. So congratulations, Board of Education. So, President Matthews, we don't generally comment on public comment, but I know you tried to address some of this in your comments, but I've got to address this, guys. There is our COVID plan, our ESSER plan, to receive our millions of dollars of ESSER money. It is a detailed written plan. It can be found on our website. If you go under community, then you go under COVID-19 updates, you will find our plan that was sent to Colorado Department of Ed and to the federal government that addresses what we are doing with those dollars. You will find that those dollars are being utilized to catch students up, to make up for learning loss. They're paying for our online learning program. There is no requirement for masking to receive those dollars. There just simply is not. Every school district in the country, every public school district received ESSER funding, and that funding is intended to catch students up on the learning loss that occurred because of COVID. And I don't doubt that what you found, Ms. Miller, exists, and that there is somebody out there saying, do these things with your ESSER funds. I can't even begin to count the numbers of vendors who have contacted me trying to get me to spend ESSER funds on the latest and greatest thing they have to offer. Our ESSER dollars primarily went to mitigating the environment through things like air filtration machines and the temperature taker. We are not going to have a dialogue, Ms. Miller. I have offered to have a meeting with you, and we have not yet been able to schedule that because nothing has been acceptable for you to meet. But I am happy to do that meeting if you want to have a dialogue, all right? So I would encourage you, please, folks, go to our website, take a look at our plan. I am very proud of our plan. I'll just tell you, this summer, the plan we implemented for summer school, we saw our students in their English and their writing and literacy move dramatically, as well as our elementary students in mathematics, because of the plan we implemented. And we used those dollars to pay teachers their per diem to be there for an extended summer school session, 4 days a week for a full school day. And it made a difference. And so I want to encourage you to go and look at that plan and look at what we've actually submitted to the federal government around what we are doing here in District 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pilch. Next item on our agenda is to approve our consent agenda. And so we'll entertain a motion to do that.
I move that the Board of Education of Greeley Evans School District 6 approves items as presented on the consent agenda and authorizes the officers to sign any and all contracts.
Second.
Thank you both. Any discussion on our consent agenda? Hearing none. Ms. Lemon?
Director Bentley?
Aye.
Director Mesh? Aye. Director Matthews?
Aye.
Director Mueller? Aye. Director Norwood?
Aye.
Director Pappas? Aye. Director Sullivan? Aye. Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Lemon. Our next item on our agenda, because we've already heard from our Council of Student Representatives, is our COVID update and protocols consideration. So, Dr. Pilch, I'll give it to you.
Thank you, President Matthews. So we have for you tonight an overview of what has been in place in terms of our COVID protocols. What do we have in place right now? What's coming next, which you'll see around, some of that is around the opportunity for serial testing. And then some of the data around cases and quarantines that we'll share with you. And then we will offer it to the Board of Education to consider any adjustment that you all might like to consider and propose in terms of our current protocols related to COVID. So with that, I'm going to introduce legal counsel, Mr. Nathan Fall, to run us through the update.
Thank you, Dr. Pilch, members of the board, President Matthews. My name is Nathan Fall. I'm legal counsel for the school district. And I've been asked to just give a overview of our protocols and practices as they are today, as well as to go over a little bit of the data that we are seeing in our districts. So just from the get-go, our COVID-19 protocols and guidance has been directly taken from local, state, and federal guidance. You know, our COVID-19 protocols and practices have closely followed this guidance, and we implement and adapt our guidance to meet the needs of our students and our community. So we really consider three primary sources of public health agency guidance. From the local level, we have the Weld County Department of Public Health and Environment, also known by the long-winded acronym WCDPHE. We have the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, also known as the CDPHE. And we have the Center for Disease Control's guidance, also known as the CDC. When it comes to the Weld County Department of Public Health and Environment, we work very closely with local leaders on developing and implementing our guidance. However, the Weld County Department of Public Health and Environment has informed us and recommended that we follow the CDC and CDPHE's guidance to better manage COVID-19 cases and outbreaks within our schools. So that is exactly what we've done. The CDC has the guidance for COVID-19 prevention in K-12 schools. That is the penultimate guidance as it relates to COVID-19 protocols and practices in the K-12 context nationwide. And then also the CDPHE has the practical guide for operationalizing CDC's school guidance, which essentially mirrors the CDC's guidance. And it is often what we turn to when we are looking to our COVID protocols and practices. As we all know, the guidance does change regularly. It is regularly updated as new information comes in. We've seen this happen many times. Even our public health orders that are issued by the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment has issued at least 11 amended orders as they're related to public health related to COVID-19. So we know that these guidelines and these orders are constantly changing. Most recently on January 13th, the CDC issued new updated guidance related to COVID-19. And a few key takeaways from that guidance, as many of you are aware, the isolation and quarantine period has been reduced from 10 days to 5 days. The CDPHE and CDC also recommend universal indoor masking by all students, ages 2 years or older, staff, teachers, and visitors in K-12 schools, regardless of vaccination status. And finally, the guidance really emphasizes implementing layered prevention strategies. And I'll get into a few of those layered prevention strategies that we are doing in our district. So really, when we're looking at these COVID protocols and practices, the ultimate goal here is to keep students and staff in person. We know that based on the guidance and the rules that have come out in terms of isolation and quarantine, if we are closely adhering to the guidance, then that will reduce the number of students who are required to isolate or are required to quarantine. We've also seen a high number of COVID positive staff. This is especially true when we are looking at our teachers, and when we have a high percentage of staff members who are out with COVID, we will need to find substitutes to fill those positions. Like many districts in the state of Colorado, District 6 is facing a shortage in substitute teachers, and it can be really hard to operate schools without teachers. And so those schools have been required to go remote because they don't have adequate staffing. I also want to point out, in our district, many community members do prefer in-person learning over remote learning. We do have the District 6 Online Academy, which offers live instruction with a robust curriculum. It is a state-approved multi-district online school that students can attend and receive live in-person instruction, or live instruction, my bad. And finally, I think it goes without saying, our support staff is really the lifeblood of this district. Our nutrition services staff, our transportation staff, as well as our building managers. We have seen a very, very high percentage of those staff members also go out because they were positive with COVID-19. We don't have means to transport our students. If we don't have means to feed our students, if we don't have a means to clean our buildings, it can be very challenging to operate our schools. So as I mentioned, due to staffing shortages, we've already had 8 schools go remote since the beginning of the new year on January 4th. These are the 8 schools here that you can see. We've also had 67 cohorts who've been required to quarantine. Just so you're aware, a cohort generally means that there is somebody who does have a positive COVID case, and those are the individuals who have a close contact with that infectious person. And typically a cohort is anywhere between 2 and 25 students and staff. However, there have been a couple of cases where we've seen more than 25 individuals go out in a single cohort. So when I'm talking about layered prevention strategies, this is what I mean. And so these are really the protocols and practices that we're doing in District 6 as of today. This is a non-exhaustive list. However, I think this really hits on a lot of the major areas, at least as the guidance recommends. So we're disinfecting surfaces to the maximum extent possible. We're not allowing students to use drinking fountains, but instead they are still being required to use bottle fillers. We have the mask requirement in K-8 buildings as well as other district sites. We have air purifiers and ventilators in all of our schools. We try to encourage folks to do activities outside when possible. Hand sanitizing and temperature taking stations are at all the school sites. We try to limit large in-person gatherings as much as possible. For staff, we encourage them to do remote meetings over Zoom or Google Meets. We also have testing available at all of our school sites as well as here at the administration building. And we're rolling out serial testing at a few school sites, as I'll get into later in this presentation. We do contact tracing to ensure that the spread of the virus does not get worse. And then again, we have the District 6 Online Academy as an option for learning. I want to just kind of go over the definitions of quarantine and isolation for you all, because I know that those two terms often get used interchangeably. However, they both have different definitions and they both have different functions as a result in the protocols and practices in our district. So isolation is when you either test positive for COVID-19 or you're symptomatic and have a known exposure to COVID-19, but you haven't tested yet. The CDPHE's guidance includes a list of symptoms that have been most associated with COVID-19. I encourage you all to look at that operationalizing CDC's guidance to get that list of symptoms. Quarantining, on the other hand, is when you are exposed to somebody who has COVID-19. We call this a close contact. This is what the guidance calls it, as well as a close contact. Here in District 6, we have defined close contact as being within 3 feet of an infectious person for a total of 15 minutes over a 24-hour period. That is from the guidance. So when it comes to quarantining, again, if you're exposed to an individual who tests positive for COVID-19, You must quarantine if you're within 3 feet of the individual for 15 minutes or more, and neither you or the other person were wearing a mask, and you meet any of the following conditions. You're either unvaccinated, your age is 5 to 17, and you've only received 1 dose of the COVID-19 vaccine series. When I'm referring to the COVID-19 vaccine series, I'm referring to the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines. If your age is 18 or older, and you have not completed the primary vaccines, the guidance says that this includes the booster. And we know that the state of Colorado has come out and said that for all staff members who have not received the booster after February 1st of this year will be required to quarantine. So they still have about a week to get that booster, so they would not be required to quarantine. Conversely, and on the other side, for quarantines, an individual may remain at school or at work if any of these 5 conditions are met. So they're either ages 5 through 17 and they've completed the primary COVID-19 vaccine series. Again, that means both doses of either Pfizer or Moderna. If they're ages 18 years or older, they must have completed all recommended vaccines. Again, that includes the booster. However, the guidance does say if an individual received their 2nd dose within the last 6 months, they would not be required to quarantine. If the individual had COVID-19 within the last 90 days and they can show proof of a confirmed positive test, they would not be required to quarantine. If either the ill individual or the individual who's exposed to COVID-19 was protected via a well-fitting mask, they would not be required to quarantine. Of course, if you are positive with COVID, you would be required to isolate, as I'll get into. And so by this, I mean, if I'm wearing a mask and I am exposed to somebody who has COVID, I would not need to quarantine because I'm wearing a mask. Conversely, if the individual who is sick was wearing a mask and they had COVID, then I would not need to quarantine. Finally, participates in weekly screening and will continue to participate for at least 2 weeks. As I mentioned, we do have a few school sites that are doing serial testing, and so that could be an option for some folks. When it comes to isolation, again, isolation means you either test positive or you're presumed positive, which means you have a known exposure to COVID-19 and you develop symptoms, then you must stay at home for a full 5 days. That clock starts day 0 on the day you develop symptoms, or you test and receive a COVID-19 result even without symptoms. For both quarantining and isolation, pursuant to the guidelines, you may return to work and school on day 6 if you meet any of the following conditions. Again, you have completed that 5 days of quarantine or isolation, and you've had no fever within the last 24 hours without the use of medication, and that your symptoms are gone or improving. We always encourage individuals to take a rapid antigen test, also known as the Binax Now test, on day 5. And that's because if you get a test and it's a negative test, then you can return on day 6. Of course, if you test positive again, that means you need to isolate for an additional 5 days. The guidance does not recommend taking a PCR, also known as a molecular test. And that's just because PCR tests tend to be a little bit more sensitive to the viral load, and they can pick up you being positive for COVID-19 without actually being contagious. And then finally, pursuant to the guidance, upon return, an individual must wear a well-fitting mask over their mouth and nose while around other people for the next 5 days. There are a few differences in terms of quarantine that the guidance does point out, and I wanted to address those with you all. First is quarantine guidelines. If a COVID-19 positive individual lives in your household, if that's the case, you will need to determine if you can completely separate from the COVID-19 positive individual. This is not a legal term of art. Completely separate is common sense. I think that if you can be on a different floor, perhaps in a different room, and you can completely separate from that individual, that would count towards this guidance. If the answer is yes, then you just need to follow the 5-day quarantine rule. If the answer is no, you must stay at home and not attend school, work, or any school activities in the period the COVID-19 person is in isolation, followed by an additional 5 days of quarantine. Again, that is taken from the guidance. There's also these quarantining for high-risk exposures. The CDPHE has defined high-risk exposures to be any of these 5 categories: indoor sports or high-contact athletic competitions, if you are evaluating or assessing an ill individual or student or staff, any activity that includes forced exhalation, some examples being band, full orchestra, choir, drama productions. Most bus exposures are considered high risk. However, I just want to point out that regardless, federal law still requires that masks must be worn while on public transportation, which does include our buses. And there is also this otherwise deemed a high-risk exposure. This just opens the door to additional high-risk exposures that they might point out. And so the CDPHE under the guidance recommends taking a, quote, heightened risk approach. And so just a few examples of the heightened risk approach that we are taking is we are playing sports and activities with forced exhalation outside to the maximum extent possible. We space students when they're in band, choir, and orchestra, and also require that those students wear a mask. We mask instruments, actually put masks on the instruments to reduce the amount of spittle that might come out of those instruments, as well as masking while singing. So now just to get a little bit into our data, this data we received directly from the Weld County Department of Public Health and the Environment. So this data was received today, it was entered today. I think that it was data that was finalized last Friday. And so we can see that right now, the Weld County 14-day positivity rate per 100,000 for all ages is 3,085.4. And a year ago on January 19th, that number was 311.6. In the District 6 boundary, again using the Weld County Department of Public Health and Environment statistics, that 14-day case rate for 100,000 for all ages is 3,003.7. 1 year ago was 301.8. For individuals ages 5 through 17 in Weld County, that number is 2,889 per 100,000. A year ago, it was 235. And for the District 6 boundary, that ages 5 through 17, 14-day case rate per 100,000 is 3,079.1. And a year ago, it was 242. When it comes to cases in Weld County, at least as provided to us by the Weld County Department of Public Health and the Environment, as of last week, they saw 789 new cases. There have been a total of 72,373 positive cases since the pandemic began. Right now, there are 303 individuals hospitalized, and there have been a total of 559 deaths as a result of COVID-19 from the Weld County Department of Public Health and Environment statistics. When it comes to cases in the District 6 boundary, this is data that we collect. Right now, as of today, we have 510 total cases. 390 of those are students, 120 of those are staff. If we're looking at percentages, that is 1.77% of our student population and 5.45% of our staff percentage. Additionally, we've seen 1,177 total cases of COVID positive individuals since the new year began.
Many deaths? Zero.
Guys, we really can't have you speak at this time. So if you're going to speak, you're going to be removed.
When it comes to District 6 quarantine numbers, you can find this information on our website. You can just simply go into the search bar on the Greeley Schools website and type in COVID. That is where we keep a lot of our information regarding our protocols and practices. And this is our quarantine numbers as of today. You can see that we have 24 students who are out in cohorts and no adults. In terms of vaccination rates, again, this is provided by the Weld County Department of Public Health and the Environment. For all individuals 18 and older, fully or partially vaccinated, 72.7%. Fully vaccinated is 67.3%. For all individuals ages 12 through 17, 56.5% of those individuals are partially vaccinated and 50% of those are fully vaccinated. For individuals ages 5 through 11, 21.9% of them are partially vaccinated and 15.5% are fully vaccinated. When it comes to positivity rates, again, this is provided by the Weld County Department of Public Health and the Environment. In Weld County, the percent of positivity on PCR testing right now is 30.05%. That is all individuals who are getting tested are showing up positive results. A year ago, it was 5.77%. For the District 6 boundary, the percent positivity on PCR testing is 27.06%, and a year ago, it was 5.05%. As I mentioned, we have testing and serial testing available. We have serial testing that we rolled out a few weeks ago for our support services staff. So any individual who is not supervised by a building principal is eligible for this serial testing. We also have rolled out serial testing at a few school sites. You can see that Salida del Sol Academy and University Schools began serial testing in September of last year, and Shawshene Franklin and Fred Chartis began serial testing last week. We do have a few sites that are pending, rolling out serial testing, and that is Prairie Heights and Maplewood. So with that, I will leave time for questions.
All right, I think we'll have probably some board member questions for you, Mr. Fall, or Dr. Pilch. Questions from board members or comments?
Can you go back to the, sorry, I should have buzzed in. Somebody else was up. Can you go back to the screen that had the total deaths of Weld County, or cases Weld County? I think it was like 3,000 versus last year. And then in the district boundaries.
Is this the one?
Yeah, I think so. So I'm to assume that 3,085 in Weld County and 3,003 inside, so only 82 outside of the district boundaries in all of Weld County?
Yes.
Am I reading that correctly? To your understanding?
Yes.
So,
But it's per 100,000 people, so it's more of like a percentage.
Yeah.
okay.
Correct.
All right. I got you. Makes sense.
Ms. Mueller.
So one of the things I want to ask about, and maybe this is more for you, Dr. Pilch, is what are the considerations you have to make when you need to decide if a school must go remote? It's not just number of cases, it's the type of staff that are out. Is that correct? Can you kind of refresh my memory how we make those decisions?
Yes, Ms. Mueller. So a year ago, those decisions were based on the number of cases we were seeing in a school. You know, with COVID, the traditional COVID and Delta, we were seeing such significant illness that if we saw a high number of cases in a school, we would go remote to protect the good of the community as well as the good of the school community. If we could not staff that school, which is the case we are facing now, and really is what's rolling us to remote at this point. It's just the inability to staff the school or to be able to provide services for that school. So being able to serve lunch or breakfast, or being able to cover, the front office and the health room, and having enough paraprofessionals to take care of our specialized programs, or having enough math teachers to be able to keep instruction going. That's the piece that's been rolling our schools to remote here in the last few weeks. What we're seeing in the data is that when a school gets to about 10% of the staff who are out because of COVID, that it becomes pretty difficult at that point to keep the school operational. Now we've seen some schools get as high as 19+% and be able to keep operations going. And in those cases, it's been, school counselors were out, front office staff were out, but their classroom teachers were intact. And our staff are working really hard to cover for each other and to keep instruction going.
A follow-up question, if I may. When we have to send a school to remote, what happens to the staff that can no longer work in the building?
Mm-hmm.
The lunch personnel, nutrition staff, the custodians, the transportation folks that serve that school?
What we've been doing in the last 10 days of remote, we've been deploying those staff to other sites. So because we have so much illness, for example, among our nutrition services staff, that when Greeley Central High School went remote here a week or 10 days ago, we pulled the Greeley Central Nutrition Services staff out to other district sites to support them in nutrition services.
Okay, thank you.
Likewise with bus drivers. When we move certain schools remote and that lowers certain bus routes, at that time then, those bus drivers that would have driven those routes can cover for other bus drivers who are out because of COVID.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Pappas.
Thank you. Mr. Fall, can you go back to the slide that talked about the CDC recommendation for masks? At this point, there was a slide that said cloth masks are not effective, but KN95s and surgical masks are.
Yeah, so the guidance right now, and the updated guidance recommends K95 or surgical masks. It does not recommend cloth masks.
And do you have more information about that, what the scientific thinking behind that is?
I would say that I would defer to whatever the guidance speaks surrounding KN95 masks.
Thank you.
So Ms. Pappas, my understanding from the health department and working with health officials is that, that this is just a very sturdy and very contagious version now of COVID, the Omicron virus. And so as a result, it's taking a much more resilient mask to stop the virus from spreading. What we are seeing is just, a lot of positive cases throughout the system. You see that in the numbers that were presented to you. Folks at K through 8 are wearing cloth masks. Our data is not demonstrating that in sites where we have kids wearing masks and staff wearing masks K-8, that we are not seeing a lower case rate than what we are, for example, at our high schools where masks are not required. So many of our high school students and staff are wearing masks. They choose to wear masks, but it isn't required at that level. We do have KN95 masks that have been delivered to us from the federal government for staff as well as for students. We've been distributing those to staff. They're available in the buildings if parents should want them for their child, but at this point, we are not comfortable asking children to wear KN95 masks.
So up to this point, is it fair to say that most of our parents believe that as they're sending their children to school with their cloth masks, is it fair to say that most of those parents believe that the cloth masks are working, or do they have access to this information?
I don't know what parents believe, honestly, Ms. Pappas, about if that cloth mask is protecting their child or not. We've not surveyed parents on that, for example. We have not at this time put something out to parents basically promoting that cloth masks are not effective, because we still have a mask requirement. And cloth masks and the lighter weight surgical masks tend to be the number one preference, the most preferred mask for parents to have their children wear to school.
So regardless of the outcome of this discussion, I would assume that we would be notifying parents of the efficacy of cloth masks and the importance of wearing other more effective masks.
Well, that's a possibility if that's the will of the board that we do that. Sure, that's a possibility.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Mr. Bentley.
Couple part question. Do we have any data showing the trends, and maybe the trends versus the count, like a graph, to say timeline wise versus the city or the county versus the state versus the country, just so we can see even if we split it K through 8 versus K through 12, or 8 through 12 or 9 through 12, I would just be curious to I think it'd be easy and nice, maybe even just going forward, that we see it on a graph, a little more visual, and just, is what we're doing helping? If we change something, does it change the trajectory versus the country versus the county versus the city?
So I don't have that graph for you tonight. However, those weekly updates that I get from Weld County Department of Public Health and Environment have typically talked about the trend in cases, and they provide us with some graphs around what's happening in Weld County compared to Colorado. We are only slightly behind the Colorado surge. We're just about on track with it. Most of the Front Range is. We followed the mountain communities that were first in that surge. We are told by the health officials at the health department that we are peaking in that surge, and that we should be coming close to peaking and topping out in that surge here within the next week to 2 weeks, at which point we should then begin to see cases begin to decline. But I'm happy to push that information out to you all again. Typically, I get a report from the county on Tuesdays, and I'll make sure that, of course, that you all have that again.
Yeah, and Mr. Bentley, the Weld County Department of Public Health and Environment does include data and charts and graphs on their website. Mm-hmm. And so if you go on there, and you might be able to play around with the data to get kind of age-specific information or boundary-specific information, because they do capture based on zip code and things of that nature. So I think
Yeah, I
if
just
you
kind of
want-
wanted to put like the district versus that and just kind of see, where we stood, but.
Yeah, we are, when we talked about our cases, the last meeting I had with the health department, which was, a week ago, the week before Martin Luther King Day. So anyway, at that meeting with the health officials, they felt like, District 6 as well as surrounding districts were pretty much on target with the rest of the county and the data they are seeing countywide. Just this morning in a conversation with the executive director of the health department, he indicated to me that we're nearly at 30% positivity rate countywide. So of course we're gonna see a higher incident rate in our schools here in District 6 because we're a part of that greater county and we're the largest school district in the county. When we show you the data and we say Greeley Evans data from the county, it's important to point out that those are the zip codes. Those are cases within the zip codes within our attendance area. Now those children who are coming up as positive in those zip codes, they may be in our school district or they may be in a neighboring school district if they've open and rolled out. They may be being homeschooled, so they're not necessarily all District 6 kids, but we do have that positivity rate within our boundary.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Ms. Mesh.
I saw stated that our number one goal as a district is to keep our students learning in person, and that is also my goal. So I wondered if you could tell us a little bit more about quarantines. If we were to alter our current mask policy, how would that affect our quarantines and the number of children that have to be sent home?
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Mash. So as you look at our quarantine data, and you all had multiple reports last year on numbers of quarantines, and in August, by the second week of August, we had 700 and some students and staff quarantined, I believe. Going to masks meant that we were able to stop most quarantines because in grades K through 8, because most students and staff were wearing masks in grades K through 8. There were a few quarantines as a result of high-risk activities, those high-risk exposures, like Nate mentioned, like athletics and music, lunch, although now CDPHE and CDC are not identifying eating as a high-risk activity any longer, so that has changed a little bit for us. If we were to move away from masks, I think that's what you're asking, what would happen with quarantines. I need to work with my staff to determine if we have the capacity to contact trace all those exposures and then to manage those quarantines. I will be frank that I question whether we would have the capacity to do that, and it would be very likely that we would only quarantine in those high risk, high exposure activities. And instead would send a letter home to families, making them aware that their child or letting the staff member know that they have had a possible exposure to COVID-19 and should monitor for symptoms, and that if people are sick, they stay home.
Any other questions from board members?
I have a quick comment. I know it's not time.
It's not time. I'm sorry. It is not. I'm going to have you removed if you continue to speak.
So how do you know the test accurate?
I'm going to have you removed if you continue to speak. Ms. Sullivan.
Yeah, I guess I have a concerning question here. If we have a school that goes remote, and by all means I empathize and I sympathize with the frustration of the exhaustion from the teachers and the staff in the schools, because I don't know how I would handle the situation that they're in, but why, if we have a school going remote and you're sending your students home and your teachers home, why is it that we're sending staff from those buildings that could possibly be infected, those staff members, out to other schools and not having them going?
So great question, Mrs. Sullivan. So just to reiterate, we're not going remote because of the number of cases. We haven't all year. We go remote. The trigger for remote is simply we don't have the staff to deliver the services that we promised we would deliver to the students in that school. So indeed, a year ago, That when we were sending schools remote because of the numbers of cases and the worry about really the possibility of people ending up very, very sick and not having had the opportunity to be vaccinated. At this point, all adults, kids have had an opportunity to be vaccinated. And so, we feel like it's appropriate to send staff to other sites. Of course, if they are positive or they have a known exposure and are not vaccinated, then they are asked to isolate, so they're not available to work in that case either. So only the people that are vaccinated or asymptomatic are the folks that we would be deploying out to other sites. Does that make sense?
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just had a question, I guess it's for Nathan and/or Dr. Pilch. When I look at the numbers throughout District 6, I see that you guys are keeping on top of the numbers. When I look back at the fact that we're now competing indoor sports, is there a breakdown of the number of infections between, and I'm sure maybe this is impossible to figure, but between the athletes that are competing week in and week out and those that are not? Yeah. Just a question.
Thank you for that, Mr. Norwood. There actually is not a higher incidence among our athletes. And we are tracking that. We're tracking that for outbreaks. What we are seeing is that, for example, if you have a coach who has COVID, it is likely we may have another coach who coaches with that coach who will have COVID. And then we did have one of our middle school wrestling teams, we did have a COVID outbreak among that wrestling team at one of our middle schools, but across the district, we're not really seeing a higher incidence. And kids they're wearing masks. Many of our most of our high schoolers who participate in activities and athletics are wearing masks, even at times it's not required because they don't want to be quarantined.
Any other questions for Dr. Pilch or Mr. Fall? Ms. Mueller.
I'm sorry, I just thought of one last one. When we do have to send a school home, I'm looking at the numbers of schools and who was listed as having been remote. Many of them are students that are low SES and high free and reduced lunch. What is the protocols for making sure that they still have access to nutritious meals, and access to making sure their technology and their Wi-Fi capability is robust, Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. Because we're looking at a fairly short period of time, typically 5 days, we have not been providing meal services to those children during that time typically. Now, there are some situations where schools are sending food home, or they have community agencies that are supporting sending food home. But in general, we aren't doing what we did a year ago, where we were sending folks remote for 14 days or 21 days at a time, and then we would provide some sort of meal service. So we're not doing that at this time. Part of it is we just don't have the staff to do it, quite frankly, because we're so short-staffed due to COVID. The other part was, what about wireless internet? We are still deploying hotspots. We are still working with Comcast to still get families to sign up for internet service if they let their internet service lapse, to get them back on internet. So, we're still working hard for families to have that access. We do still have families who do not have internet access. And so in some cases, they're sending materials home to the home for students and calling students and finding other ways to engage those students in their learning.
Any other questions, guys? Mr. Pilch, do you have any other comments, things you can think of that Mr. Fall hasn't covered or we haven't asked about?
I think one question that a board member has asked me before that I didn't get asked tonight, so I don't know that all the board members have heard it, is if you have staff who are sick or positive for COVID and so you have to go remote, how do they teach? And so in many cases, staff do feel well enough to teach remotely, and in other cases, we are still employing substitute teachers to support those children while they're learning remotely, or again, combining students in teachers' classes, even in that remote world.
Thank you, Dr. Pilch. Any other questions, guys? Is there a motion? Is there anyone that has a motion that they would like to make regarding our current mask policy? Mr. Billman?
I move that the Board of Education of Greeley Evans School District 6 amends the requirement established on August 27, 2001, that masks must be worn by all students, staff, and visitors indoors at all non-charter schools with students in grades preschool through 8th, as well as other district sites, including the administration building. This decision shall become effective Monday, February 7th, 2022. Per CDPHE guidance, masks are strongly recommended for all individual indoors at district sites, and a well-fitting medical grade mask is still strongly recommended for all staff. The superintendent shall implement public health orders or requirements as directed by the Weld County Department of Public Health and Environment, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, Center for Disease Control, or any other public health agency authorized to enforce certain rules and regulations for the school districts related to matters of public health. The board authorizes the superintendent to monitor data and temporarily require masks at an individual district sites if the percent of total COVID-19 positive individuals at that site is greater than 5%. 5% or greater.
I second.
Thank you both. There's a motion on the floor. I think probably it's appropriate that we all speak to this motion. And so, Ms. Sullivan, would you like to speak first?
Let me process this one for a minute and come back to me, if you don't mind.
You can go alphabetically. Okay.
All right, Mr. Billman.
I just want to first thank everybody who has participated, input, showed up, emailed, called, and caught us on the streets. This means a lot. This is what we wanted. We wanted parent, community, everybody's involvement. This isn't taken lightly. This has been wearing on everybody, kids, staff, teachers, parents, grandparents, just the whole community in general. It's been on the forefront of our minds. It's taken up a lot of our time and effort and energy. And we recognize that there is a lot of contradicting standpoints and viewpoints, and they're all appreciated. And so I just would first off like to say thank you for that. To the decisions and the way that we've been running this, I am the new guy, I guess. I keep getting pointed out. As of today, I would request that you throw me in the lump with the rest of them. I'm not the new guy anymore, and I don't want to be segregated with these guys. They all have shown me and earned my respect, and they're in my heart of hearts. I believe every person up here believes that they are here for one sole reason, and that's to help the children in the school district. And so if I get thrown in the fire for that, so be it. But please don't refer to me as the new guy anymore. Don't dismiss me for anything from here on out. The opportunity we have here for the community, with 7 of us coming from so many aspects of life. We are a very diverse board with a lot of wide-ranging views and beliefs and values, and you guys really have a great opportunity to get some meaningful work done in the coming years, and it's super exciting. And masks, in my opinion, are really getting in the way of that. It's taken up too much of our time to really do some good work, and we have a golden opportunity, and I ask that you guys come to us with some grace, because Rome wasn't built in a day. We need some empathy. This is probably, to put it simply, this is the most complex algebra equation you can do. We can't do something to one side without undoing the other side, or doing the same to the other side. So, Newton's third law of every action there is a reaction. It's true, and we are trying our best. I promise you, no stone goes unturned. If there's an autoimmune deficient student, there's another one that has a rash, and it's vice versa, and it pulls us in every direction. So we're out here with our school of fish, we call them our students, trying to cast the broadest net we can to do what is best for the most kids possible, but it's impossible to make everyone happy. And some of you, both sides, need to understand that when we make a decision, I promise you, we've heard every point of view, good, bad, and indifferent, from far left, far right, which shouldn't be an issue, but frankly it is. And we really try to, every one of us has gone through borderline shed tears over this. I know this has weighed heavy on us all weekend. I don't know if I can talk for the rest of them, but for me, I didn't sleep a wink. Outside of just necessity, it was hard to concentrate, and we do not take this lightly. So, that being said, back when they made this rule, this mandate, there wasn't options. It wasn't as available, and there wasn't as many options. And in my opinion, that's there, and that's why I made the motion. And I think it's time to give parents a choice, and this does that while keeping common sense in place and making it, there probably is going to be another variant, and we don't want to have problems and issues that way. I don't want to look at somebody that brought this disease home asymptomatic and killed somebody's family member or any of the terrible problems that could happen. So at the same time, if there's not many cases, it doesn't make sense to keep the mask, and that's about where I'm standing right now. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Mr. Norwood.
Just want to say thank you, Mr. Bentley. I know we're not going alphabetical order, but I just want to jump in here. And I want to thank all of you guys for coming out as well, too. And thank you for the emails, for the phone calls, whatever. We do listen, and we do appreciate it. Do I think that COVID is real? Yes, I do. Am I anti-vaccine? Am I anti-mask? I am not. We had a lot of discussions over the weekend between the board members. This is not something that any of us take lightly, I promise you. I ran for a position of the board because I wanted to do what was best for the students of District 6. I think we all came in with some preconceived notions about what we wanted to do, but I promise you, and you can disagree with me all you want to, I believe every board member sitting up here tonight truly has the best interest of the district at heart. Whether they go about it in the way that you think is appropriate or not, that's your opinion. That's the great thing about America. We can all have different opinions. But I promise you, we're trying to do what's best for the students. When Mr. Bentley made the motion, we're looking at the numbers starting to peak and maybe come down. We don't want to pull masks off right away, just in case there is a slight possibility that they help. We don't want to pull them off tomorrow and then tell the kids, oh, you got to go to remote or you got to wear a mask again. So we're trying to do what's best for the students. I ran for the board fresh out of the classroom. Dr. Olson's here. She was my principal last year. I know the struggles of the classroom teachers. I've been there. I had a lot of conversations with Dr. Olson, considered going back to teaching this year, considered not going back. It was difficult on teachers. It was difficult on all of us having to wear masks last year. It was hard on the kids. It was hard on us. When kids were remote, if they didn't have their camera on or their sound on, sometimes we didn't know if the kids were actually engaged or not. So I think that the motion that Mr. Bentley made tonight is a good one, and I ask that all of you please respect the decisions that we're trying to make, whether you agree with them or not. That's your privilege. That's the great thing about America, but we're trying to do what's best for the kids.
Thank you, Mr. Norwood. Ms. Mash.
I wanted to thank Mr. Fall for that presentation and just for getting us all up to snuff. And I also thank you, Mr. Bentley, for going first. And I so much appreciate what both of my colleagues have said. I wrote some statements just so that I can stay on track. So I want to thank you all, each one of you, for coming and sharing your thoughts with us this evening and this past months. Also to those of you who have emailed us. You are dedicated to the well-being of our city and to the students and staff at our schools. The personal stories of how the pandemic and our protocols have affected individual students has been very powerful. I remember a story of a shy student who didn't speak once he put a mask on, the child with autism for whom making friends is difficult and the mask makes social awareness that much more difficult, the sores on faces and ears, the difficulty hearing the teacher or the teacher hearing the students, and many more effects of these difficult times. Conversely, there's concern from other families of a high-risk family member at home, a child or a staff member with asthma, a teacher who's immunocompromised, or other concerns that the safety protocols in place are not enough to keep everyone safe. Decisions surrounding masks and quarantines have been complicated and challenging, especially given the diverse student population that we serve. The decisions made by this board affect nearly 25,000 people, 20 to 25% of our community, and the magnitude of that fact is not lost on any of us. This virus has touched our community and caused inconvenience, irritation, sickness and long-term health issues, and grief and death. And I venture to guess that not one person has been spared some sort of life-altering event. It's unfortunate that commonly agreed upon sources of information are so difficult to find during this time when we all want to be well-informed so that we can make the best decisions for ourselves, our families, and our communities. When the facts are in dispute, it makes conversation all the more challenging. A very sad result of this pandemic has been the deep division the difference of perspective has caused on a national, local, and even at the family level. And I have experienced this in every aspect of my life, as have many of you. The pandemic has shown a spotlight on every ugly aspect of society and often made us the worst versions of ourselves. Conversely, the community has stepped up in unprecedented ways to care for one another, from the food bank to United Way, the Well Community Foundation, the Chamber of Commerce, and many more entities, neighbors, friends, and families have found creative ways to support each other. There's story after story of the dedication, innovation, and perseverance of our teachers to meet the needs of our students under such circumstances. All of this to say, the number one goal for me as a board member is to keep our students in the classroom in as safe an environment as possible. In August, over a very short period of time, we watched our quarantine numbers jump to include 750 students. That meant that 750 children struggled with their technology, needed an adult at home, potentially did not eat breakfast and lunch, or were behind for 10 days. Last year, my son was quarantined for 4 times for a total of a quarter of his school year. He came to live in a state of anxiety about whether or not he would be able to go to school the next day. For my kids, they would do anything to have a normal year, and wearing a mask, if it allowed them to play sports, be in a musical, do group projects, and go on field trips, it was okay with them. Masks allowed for the number of our students home under quarantine to be drastically reduced, usually to less than 50 at any given time. The constant changing of guidelines, recommendations, information, new variants, cases surging and declining has been extremely frustrating to navigate. Early on, a friend of mine said, "We're building a plane while we're flying it." And we've not been in this situation as a global community for over 100 years, and as much as we can glean from the past is not enough to help anyone know exactly what to do. As things have changed and we have learned more about the virus, we adapt to make changes where necessary. Our current mask policy requiring cloth masks is not proving effective at preventing cases of the Omicron variant. Most doctors and scientific entities have confirmed that a surgical mask or an KN95 is the most effective. And I am not comfortable requiring these higher level of respirators for children. There are now multiple tools available for families to prevent infection, including the safe and effective vaccine, higher level masks, and the availability of our online academy. I'm comfortable with the metric of 5% positivity per school, which allows for the ebb and flow of future variants. Dr. Pilch working with our local health department and the other layered measures of protection that we have. There are many amazing things happening in our district, and we have been unable to focus on those celebrations and the work that we want and need to do to continue to move District 6 forward. This board is united in our commitment to the students of District 6, and I'm encouraged by the thoughtful and respectful conversations that we've had this far. Our district is a leader in the state, and we want to continue to provide an excellent education for all the students. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Mesh. Ms. Sullivan, can I come back to you?
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
So I want to reach out to every person that spoke, whether you're a parent, a community member, or a teacher, staff member. I mean, we have heard the frustration, we've heard the anger, we've heard the pain, and all the families are going through a lot of it. I mean, we've all experienced it. And I think it is time to kind of move forward with this because I don't think it's right. My personal thought is that it's not my decision to make that medical decision for your child. I think this needs to be placed back in the hands of the parents. Those are your kids. You gave birth to them, you're raising them. They're yours. They're yours to do what you feel is right, and we need to deliver that back to your hands.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Mueller.
So this decision and what we're talking about tonight is weighed heavily on me. As always, I am a pragmatic person. And the pragmatic person that I am says that keeping kids in school for face-to-face learning is the utmost priority. In fact, the American Academy of Pediatrics is saying that we strongly advocate for the goal of in-person learning. That kids do better when they are learning in person. There are less challenges to technology and access to Wi-Fi and broadband, access to computers. There are also considerations for the demographics of Greeley Evans School District 6. We have a very high number of free and reduced lunch students that access those benefits. We have a very high number of students of color. We have a high poverty rate. And it is not lost on me that when we go to remote learning, our most vulnerable children are those children who don't have the privilege of having parents who can stay at home and work remotely, having parents who can readily access meals or may even be able to be home to feed their children, and that children being in school provides much more than academics. Sometimes the few meals a student may get, the support emotionally a student may get, and the ability for students to interact. So keeping students in school face-to-face has always been my priority. That cannot happen if we go remote. So as an educator myself, I first want to say to the teachers, I do feel your pain, and I thank you for sharing what you have gone through in emails. Here tonight, Mrs. Arona, thank you for sharing and being vulnerable about what you are encountering in the classroom. I have taught face-to-face and I have taught remotely. Online learning, unless it is specifically designed to be that way, is not ideal. It is not terrific. But if teachers are sick, they cannot teach face-to-face. And we simply do not have enough substitutes or enough staff to cover classes. So I have to say to teachers, I am sorry you've had to work so hard. I am sorry you have had the lack of support of parents, sometimes of administrators, sometimes of people within the community. You have my support. Now, what that may mean may not go over well with all the teachers or all the staff. So I am trying my best to listen to the community and understand. The other group of people that are often overlooked and seem to be dismissed altogether is our medical personnel. I have many friends who are on the front lines in the ICU at Banner, at UC Health, at hospitals all over Weld County. And I have talked to them. I have actually spent many weeks in the hospital here in December myself. And I know that they are overwhelmed. I know they are tired. I know they are exhausted. I know that they are fed up. And many of them are leaving the profession, as many of our teachers. The whole goal of preventing community spread was to prevent our hospitals from being overrun. And at the time that my mother was in the hospital, over 3 weeks in December, there were many, many nurses who were running, completely running. So for the doctors and the nurses and the other health professionals who have emailed us and communicated through the article that was cited by Mrs. Bator and other people here, I do hear you, and I am sorry for the ongoing pandemic that we face. So that being said, I want to say this to our educators. I think that we are facing a time of inevitability. Inevitability in which the Omicron pandemic is essentially being a conundrum to everything we thought were good protocols. We are no longer able to understand whether vaccines are effective or cloth masks are effective. We are no longer able to understand what the right mitigation efforts are. But I think, and I have felt, it was premature with our high percentage and positivity rate at 30% in Greeley Evans to make the decision to take off masks at this time. That being said, I encourage every teacher and staff member in our district to wear an N95 mask. I'm going to tell you right now, for those of you who think it's not feasible, I work for an institution where vaccines are mandatory, and I wear an N95 mask. So for those of you who say you have no idea what it's like to work 5 days a week, 7 hours a day, and teach in a mask, I do. And so I encourage our staff and our teachers to please protect yourselves, because it isn't just about kids. It isn't just about the community. It isn't just about our hospitals. It's about your health and well-being. And if you can't continue to do the job, schools shut down. Schools go remote. Please protect yourself, because the inevitability is here. And because of that, I will support the delay to February 7th of taking our masks off.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. Ms. Pappas.
Thank you. Before I start with my comments, I do have a couple of questions about the motion, Dr. Pilch. One is the 5% positivity rate. So how will you monitor that, or do you have a sense of what that looks like, or how many schools right now are at 5% that would remain on masks? If you could just talk to me a little bit more about what that looks like.
Thanks, Ms. Pappas, I can. So we have a very sophisticated data tracker where we are tracking numbers of cases, tracking cases and who's positive and rolling them off when the quarantine is up. As I look at our data right now, we have 3 schools that are over 5% positivity of the total population. So as I read the motion, we would be talking about the total population of any district site. So that would be a percent of combined of students and staff. So, you know, one of those schools is a very small school. Another one, so you move up more quickly in percentage, simply by the sheer numbers of individuals at that school. Another school is a pretty small elementary school, but not one of our tiniest schools. And then the third school is a school we've been watching very closely, trying to keep them from having to go remote because of the numbers of staff that are out. But you know, we have 36 schools, and so 3 of the 36 right now are over 5% total positivity. That was higher a week ago. We had 7 or so of those, 7, probably more schools or so, that were up around the 7 and 8%. So several of those cases have cleared with the 5-day isolation, the 5-day quarantine. So this is data that is real time in a given day. So we would be looking at the data and look at, we'd work directly with the school and say, how many people do you have coming off of quarantine tomorrow or off of isolation tomorrow, and look and see, because what we don't want to do, if 5% is the cut, that today we put you in masks and tomorrow we take you back out of masks.
So clarify that a little bit. So can you just repeat what you said about what that would look like for the?
Well, so for example, Mr. Smith is sitting here. He's been through this with the decision to go remote or not with us. So likely what we would do is we would call him and say, this is what the number's telling us. So first of all, does this match your numbers also? And double check that it is accurate. And so let's say he hits 5% today at 3 o'clock. But he says to me, tomorrow I've got, 10 more people coming back off of isolation who were positive. So tomorrow his percentage is going to be 3.2. And so I would hope that there's some flexibility in here for me to make those decisions as they come forward, so that we're not today putting kids in masks and then taking them out again, right away.
And then you might have said this, and I'm sorry, but so if Greeley Central High is put on mask requirements because of 5%, for what period of time?
That would typically be a 5-day period. We would continue to monitor cases. If cases are going up and it looks like they can't staff the school, then we may need to look at a longer period of time, another week, for example.
And if this motion were to pass tonight, then what would be the procedure and process for notifying families?
So I already have a meeting scheduled tomorrow with our emergency response team, which is made up of, as you know, of our cabinet, as well as our transportation director, our special education services director, our health services coordinator, our director of special education, our nutrition services director, and our director of custodial services. So we would all come together and develop our communication plan for families, as well as our communication plan for buildings. Because I think the biggest question is going to be, what about contact tracing and quarantining? We've got to work through that piece and determine if we have the capacity to be able to continue to contact trace and quarantine if we're not wearing masks. Because what's been simplified by having masks pre-K through 8 has been that if once the principal goes and checks and they say, are they wearing masks? Then everybody's wearing masks. It's pretty simple. At that point, we don't have to quarantine. So, but we'll work out a plan, and we'll work on that hard tomorrow to roll that out to families as well as to our buildings, so that we're ready to implement by the date of the 7th, if that is the date that is chosen.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all of my questions. But what I will say is that we are discussing COVID protocols tonight because of the ongoing notice that you and your team are paying to the COVID data and what is happening in our school district. And so I just want to remind people that that's why we're having this conversation, because things are changing, and that's why we're talking about this tonight.
Ms. Pappas, may I interrupt and share one more thing?
Sure.
On top of that, thank you. When we look at data compared to the other Weld County school districts, in the fall, when we didn't have masks on initially, all of us were climbing in our cases. When Greeley Evans School District put masks on, we flattened out, and we didn't continue to climb in our cases at that time. Windsor saw something similar in their data. So I want to be clear that the health department says this could be a result of putting masks on. I mean, it's not, they don't know that it's direct correlation. But what I want to say in addition to that is, we're not seeing anything in our data now that suggests that these masks are making a difference. And we were in the fall. So I do think it's important to share that as we look at the data. We're not, our high schools where masks are not required, we're not seeing any greater incidents there than we are at our schools where they are required.
I appreciate that. I would just also like to comment, though, just based on that, is that there are only a number of schools that are at that 5% right now, and we have a significant number of schools that are under that. And so I just want to bring that to the forefront as well. So what I would say is that over the past 6 months, we've heard comments from a small number of people regarding mask requirement and parent choice. And tonight, and over the past 2 weeks, we've heard a larger number of people give input on the mask requirement, some requesting we move the mandate, and others asking to please keep the mandate. And as Mr. Bentley mentioned, it weighs on us. It's weighing on what is the right thing to do, and we're not going to please everyone. So just to say that up front. But I will say that as a school board member, I do listen, regardless what you think or don't think. I do listen, and I hear you, and I appreciate all the comments, and I value you coming and
sharing your information. But as many people that have publicly stated their thoughts, there is a large majority of families, teachers, and students who have not contacted us or spoken publicly at a board meeting. These are the people that we must also listen to and hear as we make our decision this evening, regardless if they are here or not here. These are the families that are trying to put the food on the table while managing the pandemic. All those management issues, masking, testing, quarantine, sickness, social emotional issues, hospitalization, vaccination, death. Our students who may miss school because they are caring for a parent, a sibling, a grandparent, while also trying to do their best to meet academic expectations, while also managing the pandemic. Masking, testing, quarantine, sickness, social emotional issues, hospitalizations, vaccines, and death. Our teachers and administrators, pivoting when asked, supporting the district mission of engaging every student in a personalized, well-rounded, and excellent education, preparing them to be college and career ready, doing their best to implement consistent, aligned curriculum, assessment, and instructional practices that are research-based, and to ensure that all students are learning in a safe, healthy, and inclusive learning environment, while also managing the pandemic issues, masking, testing, quarantine, sickness, social emotional issues, hospitalization, vaccines, and death. Additionally, building administrators are scrambling trying to find coverage for classes because we have a shortage of substitutes, which is keeping them from doing their other multiple responsibilities. Teachers are being asked to provide internal coverage, which takes precious time away from their daily allotted planning time. Our support staff and our custodians, our nutrition workers, our nurses, our bus drivers are all trying to do their best to meet the expectations of their identified job requirements while also manage the same personal pandemic issues, which I won't repeat as I'm sure you have heard me. Yes, teachers, administrators, staff, support staff are exhausted, not just with keeping up with the wearing of masks, but all the other identified protocols. Yes, our families are weary. Most, if not all of us, are experiencing COVID fatigue. Yes, masking is difficult, but it has been a constant mitigation factor in keeping our students engaged in in-person learning throughout most of the pandemic, which is the overall goal of this district. Yes, there are individual situations where students and/or adults are not wearing masks, and now there will be situations where we're not wearing the right mask. There may be situations where students are non-compliant, and I worry that we may be cultivating a culture of disobedience and isolation. But more importantly, I worry that amending the mask requirement now puts our children at increased risk for bullying and isolation. I worry that amending the mask requirement now adds an increasing amount of complexity to an already complex job for our teachers and our administrators. If this motion passes tonight, I do believe that the 2-week window identified in the proposal, along with a strong recommendation for all individuals to wear masks, will make the transition easier on everyone. Teachers, administrators, and families. I also have the utmost confidence in Dr. Pilch and the COVID response team to closely monitor that 5% positivity rate at individual sites and make immediate changes to the mask requirements at those sites. But make no doubt, this increases the amount of work for Dr. Pilch, her team, and everyone involved in this. So I appreciate you taking the time to listen to me, and whatever decision is made this evening, I just would like to go back to what Mr. Bentley said at the beginning of this statement. We are all in this together. We have no new board members or old board members. We are all trying to do the very best for your children. That is our goal. And I would also like to remind you that we are in this together. None of this is easy for any of us. So I thank you for your time. Thank you, Mr. Matthews, and thank you, Dr. Pilch.
Thank you, Ms. Pappas. And thank you for being here tonight. I mean, we do, as Ms. Pappas said, whether you believe it or not, we do value your input, and we value the emails that have been sent. And I know you don't always get a reply swiftly from me. I receive a lot of emails, but we read those emails. We appreciate your comments, and so thank you for being here. Thank you for continuing to make your voice heard. We have made a number of difficult decisions throughout this pandemic. As I think back, I think the most difficult was the fall of 2020, when we asked our teachers and our administrators to go back into the classroom and And we didn't know at that point. Right? If you guys can remember back to the fall of 2020, there was still so much that was uncertain about this virus. Most large school districts in this state were staying online. But we decided to go back in person because we felt like we had to try for the kids of this district, that they needed to be in class, that it just doesn't work as well for our kids to be at home on the internet. They don't always eat as well as we all would hope that they would. They don't have the same access to the internet that maybe your family does or my family does. But it was asking our teachers to step into what appeared to be a very dangerous spot. But we did, and they did. And we didn't know what we would get. We didn't know if we would be in person for 2 weeks before we all went online, but we felt like we had to try to keep kids in our classroom. And it worked. We were able to keep kids in class with the exception of a short time around the holidays that year. We were able to keep kids in class, and that was incredibly beneficial to the kids in this district. When we made the decision to go back this year, I don't know if anybody remembers this, but we went back without masks. Because again, we felt like we had to try. We know that masks are not ideal. We tried that strategy, and frankly, it didn't work. We got 2 weeks, and we saw the number of kids in quarantine at 750. And we cannot be successful as a school district with that many kids in quarantine. We simply cannot. And so we very quickly shifted, when it didn't work, to something that did work. And it has worked, regardless of what you think. That took kids in quarantine from 750 down to below 50. Whatever it's done in terms of the transmission of this virus, it kept our kids in the classroom. But now we're looking at numbers again, and we've said from the very beginning, we're going to follow the data. We'll go where it takes us. And what we're looking at right now is, as Dr. Pilch says that the cloth masks that we're requiring aren't being effective at slowing down this Omicron variant. So I agree with Ms. Pappas that for those parents that can, for those children that can wear a respirator, and I know not everybody can, and I agree with Ms. Mash that we can't require that, but I would certainly encourage it. I would encourage you to wear a mask that actually works. But I don't believe the cloth masks that we're requiring are doing much good against this Omicron variant, and that's what our scientists have said. And that's what the data, if we look school by school, shows us. And so I'm comfortable removing this mask mandate. Again, and encouraging everyone to find a mask that works, that's protective for the next however long we're still in this. And hopefully it's not long. We have a 2-week window, and I'm ever the optimist. But I hope that we're done. I hope that we're done with all of it. Not just the masks, but and the quarantines, but the hospitalization, all of it. I appreciate you guys and I appreciate our district, those in our district for hanging in there. Our teachers who've worked tirelessly. All right, our parents, we know it's been a strain on our parents. Our administrators who are here tonight and who have had to track down kids who are positive and have been pulling their hair out. But I believe that we have a proposal that is worth supporting, and I'll support it. Ms. Pappas.
I'm sorry, I don't know that I explicitly said this, but I also wanted to thank those people that have sent us emails over the last 2 weeks. That's another voice that all of you are not hearing. We hear them, we get them, but I just wanted to publicly thank those people as well.
Mr. Norwood.
I'll make this very short, but I want all of you to understand as well too. When Mr. Bentley said he didn't sleep a wink this weekend, there was a lot of conversations between the board members up here all weekend long. Mr. Matthews was on the phone talking to all of us about what can we do, what can we do. So please understand that we don't come to the board meetings and sit here and then go upstairs and make decisions. We talked about it all weekend. As a whole board, there was a lot of conversations about this motion tonight.
I just want to point out when Mr. Norwood says as a whole board, that's individual conversations.
Yes, yes.
Most of those conversations took place with me and someone else. Although sometimes one of you called another one, but at no point are we gathered together. Ms. Sullivan, did you have something else to add?
Yeah, I actually want to thank you because you did take the time to reach out to each one of us, and you were a sounding board for each of us to give our opinions, our advice. You listened to us, and you also, you allowed me to be your sounding board as well. So I appreciated hearing your concerns and, where your stance was as well. But without those conversations, I don't think we would be at a point where we are tonight. And again, I agree with all of you guys. We're not going to make everybody happy, but at one point, we do have to move forward and try to find a way to reunite and do what's right for our kids. And so that is 100% where the board lies with this. We do come as a group with this decision and this motion.
Thank you, Ms. Sullivan. Ms. Mueller.
One parting thought is I do also appreciate our board in our collegiality with each other and our ability to cooperate and talk through things in a mature fashion. I'm inspired by the Frontier students who use the Ubuntu phrase, I am because we are. And I really urge our individual schools and administrators to honor the choices of those who do still choose to wear a mask and continue to. And I would urge folks to not bully, not call out, not be rude and aggressive and assertive, because we have shown a certain level, I think, on our board of that kind of collaboration and that kind of kindness towards one another. And I appreciate my fellow board members so much for having that kind of maturity and that kind of integrity. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mueller. Ms. Pappas.
So, again, I appreciate everything other board members have said, but I just want to clarify. I do respect my board members. I respect this. If we're going to have a motion, this is the motion that probably the right motion. I think that for me personally, I am not going to support this proposal because I believe we should wait at least until we see the number of cases dropping. And right now does not seem the right time for me. So make no mistake, I'm not trying to be anything other than think about what is right for our kids and our families and our teachers. So I won't be supporting this motion, but if it passes, I will do everything I can to support Dr. Pilch and the rest of the leadership team. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Ms. Pappas. Any other comments or questions from board members? Mr. Bentley.
I would just like to emphasize that hindsight's 20/20, and that I really believe that we're doing the best that we can, and they've been doing the best that they can with the information at hand. And ye who are without sin be first to cast a stone. Like whatever that scripture says. I'm not quite as versed as some of you guys, obviously, but we really are doing the best we can with what we can. And this gives us the ability to continue to do that as the fluid situation changes. So just keep that in mind. It's real easy to cast judgment, right, wrong, or indifferent, left or right, if you're looking in the rears. Going forward is a totally different ball game, and this gives us the ability to be flexible and make adjustments as needed.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Any other questions or comments? I think it would be appropriate to, for Ms. Mash, would you be so kind as to read the motion one more time so that everyone is clear on what we're voting?
It was Mr. Bentley's motion, Mr. Matthews. So
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Bentley, would you read it one more time for us, please?
All right. I move that the Board of Education of the Greeley-Evans School District 6 amends the requirement established on August 27th, 2021, that masks must be worn by all students, staff, and visitors indoors at all non-charter schools with students in grades preschool through 8th, as well as other district sites, including the administrative building. This decision shall become effective on Monday, February 7th, 2022, per CDPHE guidance. Masks are strongly recommended for all individuals indoors at district sites, and a well-fitted medical grade mask is still strongly recommended for staff. The superintendent shall implement public health orders or requirements as directed by the Weld County Department of Public Health and the Environment of Public Health and Environment, the Colorado Department of Public Health and Environment, the Center for Disease Control, and any other public health agency authorized to enforce certain rules and regulations for school districts related to the matters of public health. The board authorizes the superintendent to monitor data and temporarily require masks at individual district sites if the percentage of total COVID-19 positive individuals at those sites is 5% or greater.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Ms. Lemon, can you call the roll for us, please?
Director Bentley?
Aye.
Director Mash?
Aye.
Director Matthews?
Aye.
Director Mueller?
Aye.
Director Norwood?
Aye.
Director Pappas?
No.
Director Sullivan?
Aye.
Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you, Ms. Lemon. Well, we're going to take a short recess. Before we've been here for quite a while now, and 2.5 hours almost sitting in these chairs. So we're going to take a short recess of 10 minutes and before we continue with our business. Thank you. I think we're back now. There we go. We have our microphones. Guys, we do need everyone to continue to wear their mask or move to the overflow section.
Since we've adopted our newest.
Thank you very much. We appreciate your cooperation in that matter. And we're now going to hear from our Success Foundation update. And so I'd like to invite the Success Foundation to the podium.
Thank you. Good evening, Dr. Pilch, President Michael Matthews, and Board of Education. I'm Delia Hafley, and I am the current president of the Success Foundation, and I'm serving my 5th year. The Success Foundation is proud to be the foundation for District 6 schools and honored to support the great work taking place for students in Greeley and Evans. We recognize the last 2 years have been quite challenging for everyone, and our educators have certainly not been spared. District 6 has risen above and made the most of the circumstances. When other school districts were shut down or doing remote learning, District 6 students were in school. The really hard work that has taken place has made a difference, which can be seen in the recent on-time graduation rate of 84.1%, nearly 3% above the state average. And the on-time rate has increased over the last 4 years. This is an incredible during any time frame, but particularly through the pandemic. Congratulations, District 6. I'm going to turn it over to our Executive Director, Julie Hill, to talk more on our work and some amazing highlights from 2021. But before I do that, I would like to acknowledge our board members. In an effort to minimize numbers tonight, we did not invite them, and I'm honored to work alongside them and see how dedicated they are to helping students and staff in District 6 succeed. Craig Kingman, Press Montoya, Sarah Potter, Carolyn Renard, Lindsay Salazar, Mike Shoup, and Kelly Zillman. We said goodbye to 2 board members this year, Diane Alexander and Chad Morris, and we welcomed a new board member, John Shuttler. Thank you for your time. Julie?
Thank you, Delia. And I'm happy to see our founding executive director in the room tonight. She's going to be happy on what we're reporting, but Judy Crone, would like to recognize her for the hard work. She's the one, along with other founding board members, started the foundation, and I'm going to report tonight on some of our successes in 2021. But my name is Julie Hill. I am honored to be the executive director of the Success Foundation. We are in the portion of the evening that we are going to celebrate with you. So excited to do that. Back in 2018, when our board went through strategic planning, we had actually, when I was hired, I think Judy was the one that said, we have a goal of raising $1 million annually. And the other day we did a little drum roll, but I am very excited and proud to support that in 2021, we raised almost $1.4 million for District 6 students. So how did we do that work? It's because of the work being done in District 6. We talked the other day, people want to be associated with winners. They want to be associated with winning work. And I know there's a lot of challenging issues that are going on right now, but deep down you have to look what our educators are doing, and there's some amazing work going on in District 6, so we need to be very proud of that. We are so grateful. Many of you in this room are our donors. Many of you up there are donors, so thank you. We could not do the work we do without our donors in our community, and I think, again, we want all of our educators out there, everybody here tonight, our community does support you. We see it every day through the Success Foundation, and I think we can also see that through passing of mill levy override and bonds, our new buildings being built. These are amazing things going on for community and our students. So again, keep up the great work, pat yourselves on the back because you're making our jobs a lot easier. So how do we get to that 1.4 million? I want to highlight some of the work that we did in 2021. We continue to be extremely grateful to for our Thrive on 5 employee giving campaign. We know, again, District 6 staff is spending their own money in our classrooms and to buy lunches. They're also giving us over $32,000 a year. So very thankful for that. That money supports our innovative learning grants. We've given 137 grants since inception. We did not see as many applications this last year, as you can imagine, with everything going on, but we do have that application open right now, so any help you all can give in spreading the word. The application is due 1 week from today, and those grants support innovative learning and arts grants. So we have amazing projects going on in our schools and classrooms through the Thrive on 5 campaign. We've had a wonderful partnership with Nutrition Services. If you followed us last year, we were able to wipe out all of the meal debt in 2020. So with that, we are able to move forward in helping Nutrition Services and implementing a school pantry at all of our school sites. We are extremely excited about this. To give that access to our students right at school is going to be amazing. So over the next 3 years, we hope to have those at all of our schools. Our Delia and John W. Hafley Opportunity Fund is really allowing us to remove financial barriers for our students. We raised over $55,000 through our breakfast and other giving this year. And we take a very simple application for that, but we're sponsoring home internet accounts through that fund. We were able to help Jefferson High School have a fun prom experience in COVID times in the spring. We supported 10 students attending the Poudre Learning Center summer camp. We were able to help the Greeley Central cheer team go to the Macy Thanksgiving Day Parade and participate in that. And we are about to help send 24 students to the HOSA, Future Health Science Professionals Conference in Denver next month. And just sent out a letter today. We're going to support 5 students at Greeley Central to purchase their concert attire for their performances there. So really, really great fun. We get a lot of directed gifts. So we've seen amazing support for the Torrington Academy of Pre-Engineering, counseling positions and registered behavior technician positions. We've had a COSI grant supporting pre-collegiate support services, and a lot of support around our teacher appreciation campaign this year. Over $430,000 was raised in those directed gifts and grants. And then one of our highlights is Smart Labs. If you have not been a Smart Lab, I encourage you to go in one. They are learning spaces allowing all students at the elementary, middle, and K-8 level by 2024 to build a foundation in STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math. This was really an easy sell. When our donors went in and saw the engagement and what kids were learning and those hands-on opportunities, we were able to secure, over the next 4 years, we'll be getting these pledges in about $1.8 million in about 6 months this year for that project. And I want to thank District 6 for every dollar we raise. District 6 is matching that through mill levy override funds. So by 2024, we will have a Smart Lab at all elementary, middle, and K-8 schools. And I want to recognize Mike Shoup, our board member who chaired that fundraising committee. He was instrumental in getting that done in such a short period of time. And then I want to revisit, many of you were there, but another huge success, and I don't know if everybody knows this, but District 6 received the Succeeds Prize in 2021. It's a big deal, and I don't know, it's a really big deal. And so, again, we need to recognize that. You all got that award for personalized learning and the work being done with career pathway development. Outside of this community, they're starting to notice. They know that you have a goal to have a personalized plan for every student, building that continuum from elementary to middle to high school on those after high school for our students, and then just the concurrent enrollment, able to get industry certificates, having internship and apprenticeship opportunities, something our board will continue to support, and certainly being recognized outside of our community. I see Dr. Olson over there. She was nice enough to host that event to celebrate the Succeeds Prize, so thank you again to you and your staff. We did receive a $15,000 cash prize that is supporting the Career Explorer internship program, and then I will let you know, but District 6 will be featured on 9 News later this spring for that award. So again, another round of applause. Great work being done. So we have to be flexible along with you all. We did have an event planned later this week, our Success in 6 Awards that was planned for Thursday that we are postponing for the time being. This is where we get to celebrate our educators, and we are going to continue to look at that, and hopefully we can be in person. If we can't, we will honor them virtually. But we do have our winners selected. We had some great nominations, and look forward to celebrating our staff. We also currently have our 12th annual breakfast scheduled for Monday, March 28th. We'll work with you closely and see what that looks like, but we hope we will all be able to get together. And again, may look at another date if it looks like later time would be better. And then we're always very proud and happy to support District 6 communications with the community kickoff celebration. So we will once again look forward to that. And now that our Smart Lab fundraising is complete, we said, okay, what's next? Where can we help you? And one thing we're really having some great discussions with District 6 on is the Career and Technical Education Center, and wanting to understand the fundraising needs around that. And I hope you know we are here to support whatever our students need, and we will continue to work hard to do that. So thank you for letting us partner with you. We get to do the fun work. We get to hear the great things that are going on. So happy to take questions, comments, recommendations, feedback at this time. Thank you.
Ms. Mash.
Thank you so much for coming and for sharing all of the wonderful projects that you have been completed. The Smart Labs are amazing, and yes, I hope everyone gets a chance to see them at some point. And thank you for just being ready for whatever's next. And so yes, I look forward to our continued partnership, and thank you for coming.
Ms. Mueller.
Ms. Hill, Ms. Hafley, and Ms. Cron, I really do appreciate all the work the Success Foundation does. I do want to tell our public that whenever people ask me if they have money to donate or they want to help the school districts in some way, I point them to the Success Foundation, because you have a comprehensive plan for spending those monies in ways that really do benefit our students. Forgive me if I've missed it, but how much money did you raise to wipe out in the lunch debt? Because that is substantial and it significantly impacted the families in our district.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, at the time that debt was over 140,000, and we were able to get connected with Kyle Clark and 9 News, and that wiped that out almost instantly. So over $140,000 was raised for that campaign.
And I'm sorry, I just think that is owed another round of applause. Thank you for the work you do to support our kids and our families.
Ms. Pappas.
So I feel like when I came on the board 6 years ago, we were just starting the Smart Lab implementation, and I just am reflecting on the fact that many of our elementary school students, that will be their world. And so for us, it's so innovative and exciting, and it is, but even more so for our kids, that this will be how they learn and what it is. So I appreciate you so much, and thank you for coming tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Pappas. Any other comments or questions from our board members? I would just echo what these board members have said. It's an amazing partnership that we have with the Success Foundation. You guys have done and just above and beyond what I think any of us thought was or could imagine. I mean, $1.4 million raised for this district. It is it's just it is incredible. And say to you, Ms. Haefele, it is nothing short of spectacular. And so thank you for being here, and thank you for all the great work that you do on behalf of the kids in this district. Our next item is Innovation 2030 Update, SLA Goal Number 1, Graduation Data and Credit Recovery, Course Pass Rate, Attendance, Advocates, and Dr. Pilch, this looks like yours, so I'll give it to you.
Thank you, President Matthews. We have Mr. Osmus, our Assistant Superintendent of Secondary School Leadership and team, making their way to the podium. Mrs. Hill referenced it, or Mrs. Haefele referenced the graduation rates, I believe it was, and this is certainly a welcome presentation tonight, and really pleased with the work that has gone on in our system, throughout our system, and you'll see some of those results and hear a little bit about what that exact work is. Thank you.
Good evening, Board President Matthews, members of the board, and Dr. Pilch. It is our pleasure to provide an update on the District 6 graduation rate and efforts in place for continual improvement. I am Anthony Osmus. I'm the Assistant Superintendent of Secondary Schools, and I have some rock stars behind me that will help present that are really experts in our field. I have Dr. Insud Olson, the principal at Northridge, Carrie Smith, the principal at Central High School, Larry Green, principal at Jefferson High School, Meredith Allen, our GAP administrator, and Dr. Ashley Aragon, who's the principal at Bella Romero. And then if we can make it work, we also have a student testimonial from Northridge and we'd like to hear from them. So we'll get to that. Let's see if I can see how we got so far ahead. Probably on this. My bad. So start with our mission and our vision. It is our continual mission and vision to engage every student in a personalized, well-rounded, and excellent education. There it is, thank you. Preparing all students to be college and career ready, as well as empower and inspire our students in partnership with families to ensure success in tomorrow's world. Now we have a lot of values, but 2 that are directly connected to this work is we know every child can succeed, and we are committed to excellence, innovation, and continuous improvement. These 4 squares are really our focus areas, and although graduation work falls under all 4 of these squares, it mainly lands under student learning and achievement, and especially under this goal of providing a personalized learning experience so all students graduate on time and are college and career ready. Some of the work we do to make this happen, we align our systems to meet grade level requirements and graduation competencies through personalized plans for all students. And we increase our student engagement and career pathways and respond to industry, business, and communities, which is a very fun part of our work. And now for some data. Our new strategic plan, Innovation 2030, sets our goal of 90% of our students will graduate on time by 2026. And this slide shows our overall district graduation rate for this past year, which is 84.1%, compared to the state graduation of 81.7%. And this 2% gain is a tremendous feat. It really signifies all the work that our principals and our staff and our support staff do every single day. So it's really a testament to the focused work around our strategic plan, our tireless work from our principals, counselors, teachers, and support staff in the buildings and around the district, as well as the desire of our Board of Education and the superintendent to ensure that our students graduate college or career ready. Let's dig a little bit deeper. This slide shows our graduation rate for our students with disabilities compared to the state. Around 2018, we implemented our special education plan, which focused on getting students in the classroom and supporting them as they received grade level instruction. Also around this time, we implemented co-teaching, which put another teacher in some core classes for students needing extra support. So as you can see, the higher level of rigor with the right support showed significant improvement. This graph compares our limited English proficiency students to the state average. Shortly before our special education plan, we developed and implemented our master plan for English language learner success, which focused on instructional strategies supported by our partners from West Ed. We also started to use our CLD teachers as co-teachers to support students with class instruction rather than pulling the students out from class. This led to greater engagement, stronger academic discourse, and growth each year for these scholars. If you look at this graph compares our economically disadvantaged to the state average. Our shift to an inclusive mindset, co-teaching, access to rigorous instruction, and solid instructional strategies show gains in this subgroup as well. Definitely going the right way, and this data boasts the largest difference between our data and the state. This graph compares our students of color to the state average. The past few years, we have intentionally focused our efforts on becoming more culturally responsive, which has shown higher student engagement, greater satisfaction, and significant gains in the graduation rate for our students of color. This has improved communication with students and families around the importance of graduation and an overall school-wide appreciation of diversity. Our last slide is our graduation rate for students that are not counted in the economically disadvantaged, special education, or language learner subgroups. This is only our district data, as the state does not report this data, so there's nothing to compare it to. All in all, we're seeing great growth in all of our students and continuing to outperform the state average for on-time graduation. The last set of data I will share tonight is our dropout rate. As you can see, in 2017, the district and state average were about 2.3%, had a 2.3% dropout rate. But data from 2020 and 2021 show District 6 slightly lower than the state in regard to dropout rates. As a district, we spend a considerable amount of time building relationships with students in an effort to keep them in school. So there are many intentional actions we employ to get this sort of data. And these are just a few, and this is what our group behind me will speak to. The first is revision of our course recovery process. So there was a time when you would fail a class that you would just retake the whole class. This group intentionally goes into the grade book, goes into what the students have done and honors what they have done and allows them to do some unit recovery rather than take the whole class. We also have systems in place when a student does fall behind with credits. We have systems in place for students to be accelerated. They can accelerate their coursework. We also have a multi-tiered system of support, MTSS, counselors and supports in the buildings where they can wrap around students and really support them as needed. And with our ESSER dollars this year, we did purchase attendance advocates and credit recovery specialists to support our students. COVID has been hard on a number of our students. And so these individuals can reach out to the families, work directly with families, help them get back in school, overcome barriers, and help them recover credits. And then also support from our zero dropouts, whom we contract with to support us at our work, as well as Dream Team, Gear Up, Student Recovery, to name a few, and our partnerships with the Six House Foundation, Well Trust, and others. At this time, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Insud Olson, the principal at Northridge High School, to share a bit more about on-time graduation supports.
Thank you, Mr. Asmus. Mr. President, board members, and Dr. Pilch, part of the work comes from these main bullets here, and we have done a lot of intentional work around academic achievement, as Mr. Asmus has talked about, ensuring that our students are at grade level and or that we are meeting expectations not only 1 year's growth, but most of the time we are looking for beyond 1 year. We also have done a lot of work around ensuring that we have appropriate resources. Thank you to all the voters for the MLO funds, so that I can speak specifically to high school, that we were able to get rid of textbooks that were over a decade old, and also be able to put more manipulatives and software into our students' hands so they can apply the learning that they are doing. Our MTSS system, or multi-tiered system of support, has many layers at the high school level. So more than just what happens in the classroom, it is also good that we have a lead counselor that actually can step alongside our current high school counselors and really dig into the data and make sure that we're not missing any holes where student performance comes along. We also have grade level teams. I think almost all of us at the high school level have some form of advisory. But we also highly encourage and or set structures, so our teachers are meeting in common course teams. They are able to then provide support during the day, as we know lunchtime is precious for all high school and high school staff. And that after school is usually filled up with lots of things beyond just co-curricular activities. And so having that opportunity during the day in advisory or any form of support through our grade level teams, that has helped us out tremendously to really make sure students are not falling through the cracks during the school year. Mr. Asmus had briefly mentioned unit recovery. All of our schools are looking at some form of unit recovery, which means that as soon as a student starts to fail or fails a unit, we try to recover that learning before they even leave that particular course. So that is another layer of intervention that we have created across the system. We also have credit recovery during the school day and after school, and for some of our high schools before school during 0 hour. Credit recovery has allowed us to truly cater what the student hasn't learned yet, and only having them focus on that as they move through the program. And if for whatever reason they cannot complete it by a traditional school year, then we offer summer school, which I will talk about here in just a minute, for students to continue finishing their credit recovery and show credits as they move towards on-time graduate student. So summer school is a big part of our interventions in keeping our students on time. We have a very robust system at high school, and thankfully with the per diem that we were able to offer last year and again this summer, we will have even more staff who are very tired by summer, but they definitely see the benefit of helping students be on-time graduates, so that when they come back in the fall, they are helping to support students that are first-time learners in their classroom. Academic interventions that we also provide is, for some of us, would be our after-school program, and depending on the school, they really do cater it to the students that they serve. And so not every after-school program looks the same, though we all work very, very hard to look at individual plans and supporting our students. The last piece that came new but not new this year was our graduation competencies. And so students are now required to earn more than 22 credits. They are also required to show competencies in reading, writing, communication, and also in mathematics. And our district has done a great job of providing options for students, but that is requiring us at the high school level to get to know our students even more. And so a personalized plan at high school includes not only their credits that they must earn on time, but also these new graduation requirements that came with the class of 2021, but really full on board for our class of 2022. So that has allowed us to focus not only on what students are doing during the high school on time, but we are really honed in on what they're doing after high school to keep them motivated in some of the courses that are required, but maybe they don't see themselves or have a passion in. And so we have been able to increase concurrent enrollment options, AP and IB options, so that our students not only see themselves as on-time graduates, but also have gained and earned competencies in a way that works for them and their post-secondary goal. Summer school credit recovery has been part of our world at high school for many years, but for the last few years, to show you what is happening across our system, in total credits, just a friendly reminder that a high school credit is a 0.5 credit class, so 18 weeks is 0.5. And then every summer, we do our best to get as many credits recovered as possible. And as you have seen, last year, when we were able to work very purposely and deliberately, not only with each other, but within our system to be able to identify the correct students and making sure they're starting in the right classes, we had the most credit earned this last summer of 2021 of 310 credits earned and 537.5 credits attempted. And I would say, I can't speak for the other schools, but I would say those students who didn't earn it over the summer, I am sure we wrap them right back in the fall and continue to work with them in credit recovery in the fall as well. So we are very proud of the data that we have worked towards and continue to find ways to get to know our students quicker so that we can really create an on-time graduate plan and making sure that they meet the new state graduation competencies. And so now I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Kerry Smith.
Good evening. Thank you for letting us share tonight. My name is Kerry Smith. I'm the principal at Greeley Central High School. And the district has allowed us to hire 7 credit recovery specialists this year. Greeley Central has 6 of them. No, I'm kidding. Just see if you guys are still awake. We have 2 of them. The large high schools have 2 each, and Jefferson has 1 of them. And what they're doing right now is coming alongside students and working with students one-on-one, sometimes one-on-2, one-on-3. And they are supporting the credit recovery efforts in our building. They are doing data mining. They're going into grade books and looking at grades from past and where a student might have failed a class with a 52%. They are pulling those grade sheets, and we're starting to highlight what the student didn't pass, and we are putting it in something called unit recovery. Credit recovery, unit recovery. Unit recovery allows them just to do a unit or 2 to earn a passing grade because they just need a unit or 2. Credit recovery through Edgenuity allows them to take the whole course. But whether they're doing credit recovery or unit recovery, those teachers are coming alongside those students and working with them side by side. And so any given day, if you were to walk into one of the credit recovery classes, you would see those 2 individuals working, working the room, moving around, working with students who are needing help. In addition to that, the district has also allowed us to hire 7 attendance advocates. And they're supporting our building attendance. And often in the past, we have a robocall that goes out to parents about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon that robotically tells the parent that their student was absent for 1 or more classes during the day. These attendance advocates allow for a personal touch with the families. They're getting to know those families because they're doing home visits with those families, they're contacting those families, they're keeping track of those families where students are having trouble getting to class. And it's a personal touch with the families. They appreciate that, but they're also working side by side with students. You go into one of our rooms and they're there and they have multiple students in there that they brought in, helping them with their credit and unit recoveries, helping them with their classes. They also meet weekly with a counselor and administrator. They know those students, they've talked to families, they give us input as we are working with those students, trying to figure out how to keep them in school. Obviously credit, when students get behind in credit, they're at risk. We're at risk for losing them. And so all four of these students, these teachers at our school, are working to keep these students caught up or getting them caught up and relating to them on a personal level. So we appreciate that. So I'd like to introduce, one other slide, just the amount of phone calls they're making on in the first quarter, second quarter contacts. They're working hard. They're not only calling, making phone calls, but they're actually going to homes and meeting families and speaking with them and getting those students back in school. I'd like to introduce Mr. Larry Green from Jefferson High School.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. That's very nice of you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our alternative high schools, talk specifically about Jefferson High School, and then we'll let Meredith talk about GAP. But Jefferson is basically, our main goal in Jefferson is to re-engage students who are behind in credits. We do this a number of ways. The biggest way we do it is through our Discovery program. It's a social emotional program that we put all of our kids through. We have Discovery 1, 2, and 3. With that program, we have opportunities for kids to do outdoor education opportunities. Our CTE program has, we also, through our CTE programs, have a construction management program, works very closely with Habitat for Humanity. We've built I think we're on our 20th home for Habitat. So our boys and girls are out there working hard. We have a geometry and construction program. So our main focus is to get our kids out, do it a little bit different than they did at the traditional school. It didn't work there for them, so we bring them in, and we're constantly looking at ways of changing what education looks like for each kid. So an individual education plan, I guess, for each kid in our building is very, very important to us. We're a small building, so we like to say we're a small family. Every kid has a name and has a story, and we encourage them to tell their story, as well as the adults in the building. We want them to tell their story as well. So that's a little bit about. We do have accelerated quarters. Yeah, that's another way that we catch them up in their credits as we accelerate the quarters. So we do everything in 18 weeks. We do it in a 9-week period every day, as opposed to every other day like the traditional schools. We also have before and after school tutoring programs, Saturday school programs, credit recovery options that Dr. Wilson talked about. So without any further notice,
I'm Meredith Allen. I'm the administrator at Greeley Evans Alternative Program. GAP students, they're usually referred to GAP through the traditional high schools, and they are low on credits and need accelerated programming to allow on-time graduation. Our students tend to work full-time, take care of their siblings, have a family of their own, or have life events that create barriers to getting to school or to focus on school. Our students tend to be more successful in our smaller environment and quieter classroom setting with personalized academic support. Our 3-shift programming allows students to have autonomy over their lives and empowered to come to school. We have a number of students that work night shifts. Some like to come right after their shift and attend from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Some like to come to school right before they start their shift, so they come from 3:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. GAP, from what I understand, was built to get kids graduated. In the last 2 years, we've increased on-time graduation. In fact, on Saturday, this coming Saturday, we have a graduation, and we're going to be graduating 30 students. I think 27 of those are on time. 3 are juniors, which is exciting. Students can finish semester classes in 10 weeks. and that's the accelerated part of it. The curriculum is a tightly monitored self-paced model, which means students can go as fast as they want, and we are making sure they do so. Some of our newest changes we've made to accelerate the earning of credits is honoring the work that they have mastered in their home school. So prior to the student entering our building, our staff does a deep dive into each of their transcripts and their grades, and we identify which classes that are Fs can be recovered through unit recovery. And even if there are some assignments that they showed mastery in, that we can give them credit for, so they don't have to do an entire class all over again. We also offer a work credit opportunity because around 60% of our students are working. Elective credits can be accrued through this program. This helps students graduate on time and earn real-life employment experience prior to leaving high school. I think the thing that makes us so successful is that our extensive team that monitors our seniors' progress towards graduation and multiple interventions we put in place when their goals are not being consistently met. We've also improved our support for the juniors. We are using our credit recovery specialists and a member of the family-centered team to monitor the progress of our juniors as well, so we can make sure that they are going to be on-time graduates as well. Now I'm going to turn it over to Ashley Aragon, principal at Bella Romero, K-8, to talk about how our elementary and middle schools support our students.
Good evening. It's always amazing to me to hear the work that our high schools are doing. It's incredible work, and it's amazing to see what our students are accomplishing. There are many different parts that play into that graduation and being college and career ready. So a few things from the elementary and middle level world. The first thing is AVID. Oh, sorry, thank you. The first thing is AVID, advancement via individual determination. So AVID has a focus on preparing students to be college and career ready, as well as to promote a college and career culture. So the AVID College and Career Framework shows the necessary components to prepare students for college and career, including rigor, removing barriers for students, and really being an advocate for every student. Schools promote college and career culture by bringing in guest speakers to speak about different careers, hanging pennants from colleges and universities that staff have attended, and by focusing on different certificate programs. The second piece is career exploration. So as students get older and get into middle level, they complete their ICAP, which stands for an individual career and academic plan. This plan helps them think about their strengths and possible career opportunities and begin to develop a plan to achieve those goals as they move through high school. And finally, the last one which says Operation Graduation. Each school has their own way of promoting high school and college. Some schools call students by their graduating class. Some refer to students as scholars to really set that expectation. And some host career days to help students be aware of different careers. At Bella, we've called ours Operation Graduation. We have promised students that we will visit them in high school and that we will visit them when they graduate high school and shake their hand on graduation day. It's a promise that we've made from when they start in kindergarten to when they leave in 8th grade. We also call students by their graduating class, and each class has a class chant, which is fun to hear. Students write a dream paper every year, starting in kindergarten through 8th grade, and so it's always fun to see how their dream changes from possibly being a cartoon artist or a YouTube designer to being a pediatrician or a veterinarian or a mechanic and plumber. So we enjoy getting to see how students change their dreams as they go on, and we are always there to tell them, yes, you will.
Thank you very much. It's our work is never done, so we have some great systems in place to support our students. Our next step is just to address the barriers to passing classes, and especially supporting our freshmen and our sophomores who sometimes do come to high school maybe not expecting or knowing what to expect, and they fall behind it. We've got to support those students and then redefine those credit recovery systems to get them caught up, hopefully right there in the school, and not have to send them or have them go to a place where they could be accelerated. And then just refining our work. This is our first year with our credit recovery specialists and our attendance advocates, so just honing that in and utilizing those people because every student matters. And I want to end with a student, Dr. Olson, if you need to say something about this student. Perfect. But sometimes our students come to us maybe as freshmen or sophomore and they're not, and maybe they do have some gaps, and we do have to wrap around some of the students. And so I want to end with a video of a student who will tell his story.
My name is Saul Sanchez, and I'm a first-gen senior here at Northridge High School, and I'm planning to attend Ames Community College and get my associates in science, then transferring to Wyoming to continue school and get my electrical engineering bachelor's degree. When I was an underclassman, I was a terrible student. I was lazy, never did homework, never paid attention in class. I was just terrible and had really bad grades. Now that I'm trying to get my GPA back to where I want it, I'm struggling really bad because of my past, and Avid and SRP are helping me a lot with that. Avid, we do TRFs twice a week, which is a peer-led study group, and that helps me because I go into groups with students that I'm like having classes with, and we just go through problems, we work through it, and it's just such a big help for me. So I don't have teachers like telling me what to do and making me feel a little nervous. SRP is also a really big help because they always have someone to help me. I just go to their classroom, tell them that I'm struggling with said thing, and they do everything to help me with that, which is like math or English, anything. And what I love about these two things is that they always set me up for my future. They help me do college applications, they do scholarships, they just help me with everything. They help me take harder, more vigorous classes, which helps me a lot. And thank you for having me and hearing my story.
And that's what it takes, just going. And I think that's the work of these people behind me and every single person across the district that supports these students, is just going student by student and supporting every single one. And it is that work that helps us get the rise in our graduation rate, even during a pandemic. So thank you for that, and we can answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, my board is lighting up. Guys, I think Ms. Pappas is first.
Yay. So thank you so much, all of you, for everything that you do every day. Couple things. So when you say every student matters, I think that is so powerful, because what you've shown tonight is that truly every student does matter. And for those of you that have been around for a long time, you might or might not remember when we used to do Ruby Payne training with Frameworks of Poverty. And what this brings to mind is just the quote from her that no significant learning happens without a significant relationship, and that with that mutual respect and high expectations and the support systems in place to help them get there, this is evidence of all of that. So I appreciate all of you so much. And then a final thought, the young man that just spoke, can you remind me of his name?
So,
well, it was so powerful to hear him. And as a member of the Dream Team Board, one of the great things I get to do is read student scholarship applications. And we had 41 applications this year from all of your schools. And it is just so powerful to hear their stories similar to his, the support that they've received from all of the programming that is provided. So congratulations to all of you, and thank you so much for staying here tonight and sharing this powerful information with us.
I think Mr. Bentley was next.
Yeah, I just, one thing about when I got here, I addressed the graduation rate first off, and I might have overstepped or miscommunicated what I was wanting to do or my thoughts on it. And Mrs. Pilch, Dr. Pilch made loud and proud that what a big deal where we're at is. And now that I know more about the state average and stuff, and it really is something she's proud of, and it really is an accomplishment, and really makes me be proud to be up here and to see you guys on a trajectory like you are is really amazing. And it's a testament to what you guys are doing, because by the time you guys are, most of the high schools are seeing them, you're dealing with the problems at a magnified level, and you're doing a very good job of catching them up and getting them across that finish line. And it's just, it's amazing to see. So good job.
Mr. Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to congratulate all you guys as well, too. And I'm going to direct it, Dr. Olson, just real quickly as well again, too. she was in my room a lot, every day. Mr. Norwood, you need to be more rigorous. You need to be stronger. Here's how you help your kids. And I really appreciate that. I can't tell you how much the way you treated me professionally, the way you treated the students. I know that you had the students' best interest at heart. Just a quick question though, Mr. Osmus. I see that we're trending up compared to the state. How do our graduation requirements compare to the rest of the state?
Well, you know, I'm not sure the number of credits, but we have the graduation requirements for credits, but then also the graduation competencies, as Dr. Antoon Olson talked about, and that is the same as every person across the state. So every senior this year has to not only earn the credits that they have as established through the board and through the district, but also have to demonstrate the competency in English and in math, and to show that they're ready, that they're truly college or career ready.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Norwood, I'll go just a little deeper on that, our graduation requirements are very comparable to other large school districts in Colorado, almost identical. We do see that at University High School, for example, there is some additional requirements with the new competency based requirement for graduation that aligns very closely to what University has had. But I'm proud of the expectations we have, and we didn't increase graduation rates by decreasing graduation requirements. We maintained our requirements, have actually added additional requirements, and have increased graduation rates along the way.
Thank you.
Ms. Mueller.
So I am really proud of a couple of things that are specific in these graphs you're showing, because we know that there are some systems that disadvantage certain students, and I'm really proud to see the economically disadvantaged number that is much higher than the state, the numbers tied to limited English proficiency, and the numbers tied to students with disabilities. That is extraordinary, and I'm really proud of the students working as hard as they do. And please tell Saul, is it Saul, that we appreciate his personal experience. One of the things he said that struck me that I'm very, very happy about is peer tutoring or peer study groups, however he voiced that. I think that's the one thing, is to lower some of those barriers by having one-to-one students helping each other. I think that can be really effective, and I'm happy to see that's being done. I do want to call out principal of GAP. I'm sorry, I'm forgetting your name.
Yeah, Meredith Allen.
Meredith, I just want to tell you, I met some of those students at the GAP graduation. And a lot of them have overcome some significant challenges in their life, and I'm so proud of them. And I just wanted to call out that the GAP graduation is this Saturday, and tell your students how very proud we are of them.
Ms. Mash.
I just wanted to call attention to the attendance advocates and the credit recovery specialists, and was just curious if someone could shed some light on how we were able to budget for those new positions.
So we budgeted those positions through our ESSER dollars, our COVID relief funds. A big part of what we know from COVID was we had students who just stopped attending, kids who we lost. And so we knew we had to focus on attendance and going and finding those students. Those attendance advocates hit the ground running at the end of July and brought students back for this school year that we weren't able to track down. The credit recovery specialists, that's a model that we've used at each of our high schools. At the 9th grade level, this allowed us to expand those credit recovery specialists on up into 10th grade. Both of these roles are contract employees, because we know that there is a cliff, that the ESSER dollars do end in 3 years. And so a big part of their work is to create capacity and train and shore up the folks that are in the building, so that when those dollars go away, if we need to eliminate those positions, we're ready to do that. We've contracted with 0 dropouts for both of those positions. So if there is a time that comes that we have to cut those positions, we're actually cutting a contract. We're not cutting District 6 tenured employees at that point. And I'm glad you asked Ms. Mash about the credit recovery and attendance specialists, because I hope you all get the sense tonight that this graduation rate is a result of very comprehensive system-wide work. And you notice that Mr. Cranston is not here from Greeley West High School, which is a big part of the work. And we gave him the night off. We brought him in last time for bond issue, but this is the work that's occurring really pre-K through 12. Every principal in this district understands the importance of leading toward college and career readiness for our students. And that's why we're getting the results we're getting. It's these guys and their colleagues across the system, boots on the ground, working hard to build plans for every single student.
Any other questions from board members? I have one, Mr. Asmus. We've heard about a lot of things and a lot of great programs that we have when we talk about student recovery and AVID and attendance advocates. What do you think is making the most difference? I mean, I realize it's system-wide and it's comprehensive and we need but is there one that you feel like is making a difference above the others?
You know, I think the biggest difference is just the teachers in the classroom that create those relationships and prevent students from getting in that situation in the first place. And so, you know, kudos to them in this environment where they're teaching every single day, whether students are in front of them or they're logging in at home because they're quarantined and they're teaching a class here and maybe a class that's online. But, you know, just kudos to that group of teachers and all the support staff. But each one is important. You know, the attendance advocate that goes after those students that aren't coming to school, the credit recovery specialists that are pushing, that are helping support get those credits back. But then even our student recovery program, where they're grabbing a certain number of students, a dream team. I don't know if I could put my finger on any one program. It is really, truly a comprehensive support system that we put in place to get the gains that we have today.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay. Dr. Pilch, I just want to say congratulations. I mean, it is a huge achievement. And well, yes, absolutely. We should, to you guys as well, because I mean, we've been watching our graduation rates go up for 5 years, right? But I mean, it's hard to move a system this big. Right? When you got 22,000 kids, it is hard to move the percentages that much, and to see our graduation rate go up 3 percentage points in a year, it's just incredible. And so thank you for your work, and especially the work. Because I know we've been talking about high schools, actually, you know, our K through 8 work that's been happening, because it starts early, and we appreciate, again, the system-wide work that's happening, and you guys deserve an incredible amount of praise. So thank you.
Yeah. And thank you for recognizing it is a K-12 system. It's K-12 success.
All right, our next item of business is our 2021-2022 budget year revisions. And so this one's an action item that needs a motion.
I move that the Board of Education of Weld County School District 6 approves the revised budget. This includes a total appropriation of $601,436,585, the transfer of funds from the general fund, and the use of beginning fund balance where required, as presented in the revised budget document.
Second.
Thank you.
Sorry.
It's a long meeting, guys. All right. Dr. Pilch, before we open this up to our board to discuss, will you guide us through what these revisions are?
Well, I'm going to have Ms. Sponsler, our Chief Financial Officer, do that. But prior to that, I just want to say, for the purpose of the public, that Ms. Sponsler and I met with each of you individually to walk through the budget, the full budget, and then talk to you about the revision process. So I just want to share that, because you all have had, you had an hour and a half to ask questions and to understand this. And so I wouldn't want anyone watching tonight to think that you all were not highly engaged in the budget when it's such a darn big deal. So with that, I'll pass it to Ms. Sponsor, our Chief Financial Officer.
Thank you, Dr. Pilch. Good evening, President Matthews and members of the board. Tonight, I am bringing forward the revised budget for the 2021-2022 fiscal year. Colorado law permits school districts to bring forward their budget for revision up through the end of January every year. This process allows districts to reconcile for actual changes in student count, staffing levels, assessed valuation, and any other changes that might occur. in addition, we can have the benefit of looking backwards for the previous 6 months to look at actual revenues and expenditures that have occurred the first half of the year. Each of the material changes in the budget document have been footnoted and explained. And as Dr. Pilch said, we did have the opportunity to meet with each of you individually to talk about the budget in detail. So I will not go into that level of detail tonight, but instead I will just open it up to any questions you might have.
Ms. Mesh.
I would just want to share with the public, in addition to the meeting where we got to look at lots of different graphs and ask Ms. Sponsor questions, she also puts together a very comprehensive document that gives the demographic of each school in our district, the numbers of students free and reduced lunch, other demographics. We get to see exactly where every dollar goes, where every person is accounted for, where every program is accounted for, how it's paid for, whether if it's mill levy override dollars, if it's general fund, how our district is funded in terms of our property tax revenues or investments that the district has, what comes from the state. It's quite complex, and she's able to make it very easy to understand. And then I like to point out as well that, and please give me the specifics, but our budget is frequently awarded an award for how transparent it is, how complete it is. Maybe you can tell us what that is.
Yes, we do submit our budget and our annual financial report to various professional organizations, and they review each of those documents every year and give us comments on how to improve, but then they also certify that we are following the best practices and meeting professional requirements.
Thank you. And that just is excellent, along with our mill levy override oversight committee and our bond oversight committee. Those are all individuals from the community that are also ensuring that our dollars are going exactly where we have promised, where they're most needed and used to the best of their abilities.
Ms. Pappas.
Thank you, Megan. If I were a member of the public and didn't have the opportunity to sit down with you for an hour and a half, how would I find out more information about the budget?
So the budget document itself is posted online. There is a financial transparency link on our main page. If you click that link, that will take you to the budget document. That will take you to our audited financial reports. And then it will also take you to a list of all of the transactions that we make every single month. So everything is fully posted online, transparent, and we do our best to answer questions as they come to us.
Thank you. And if I couldn't understand that, I could make an appointment with you.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
But just to clarify, Ms. Sponsor, everything that we get, that big 200-page document that you produced for us that breaks this budget out about 10 different ways, all of that is available online?
It is, absolutely.
Highly encourage people to read that, because it is a great way to understand this district and what's happening in the district. And again, you do such a fantastic job, and we're so appreciative of you and feel so blessed to have you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Well, Ms. Lemon, we get, whoa, I'm sorry, Mr. Bentley.
Hey, just real quick, this is new to me, and so far, it's very impressive. She does an awesome job, and I've heard nothing but great things about your abilities, and from my standpoint, I have maybe a little bit better knowledge of operating and income statements and whatever you call them. It might be a little different than me, but the whole binder of 5,000 pages or however many it was seemed like 5,000. It's impressive, and you do a very good job making it easy readable. And like they said, I would encourage the public to go look at that, because it's spelled out in a well-written, readable, understandable fashion.
Thank you, Mr. Bentley. Anybody else? Any other comments? All right. Ms. London, if you will.
Director Bentley.
Aye.
Director Mash?
Aye.
Director Matthews?
Aye.
Director Mueller? Aye. Director Norwood?
Aye.
Director Pappas?
Aye.
Director Sullivan?
Aye.
Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you, Ms. Lemon. We're now to our public participation regarding non-agenda items. And so the board welcomes comments of the community members and has dedicated a portion of each business meeting to provide an opportunity for the community to present brief comments or pose questions to the board on items relating to Greeley Evans School District 6. People wishing to address the board are asked to complete the public participation form by 12 o'clock on the day of the scheduled meeting. Speakers will be heard in the order in which they are signed up to speak, and written testimony or speaker handouts must be submitted to our board secretary, not to individual board members. The board is committed to providing a safe environment where all members of the school community are treated and with dignity and respect, and expects all speakers to exercise their speech rights responsibly. Earlier in the evening, we dedicated the time to hear from the community about topics relating to agenda items. This portion of the agenda provides the community an opportunity to present brief comments or pose questions to the board on items relating to Greeley Evans District 6. Our first speaker tonight is Ms. Candace Sawyer, and following her will be Shauna Kramer.
So even though you guys voted tonight on the mask thing, I had signed up before it was on the agenda. So I'm still speaking in regards to the masks, because even though you guys have graciously allowed our kids some freedom and you're not starting it for 2 weeks, which I find is quite ridiculous, I'm still going to speak on behalf of what I have to say, because I think it still plays into the factor that you can mask our kids whenever you feel the need. In March of 2020, we were told 14 days to flatten the curve. 2 years later, here we are. Obviously, masks don't work, including N95, because as we know, our nurses and doctors are still getting COVID in the hospitals if that's what they're wearing, which I know they are, because my father was hospitalized, and that's what they were wearing on his floor. But I did hear from those nurses and doctors that they still had staff shortages due to the fact that they were still getting COVID. They're vaccinated. Obviously, that doesn't work either. So I want to know the real reason as to why you guys are actually pushing this stuff against our kids, other than just saying it's for their safety. Because Pastor Matthews, you said in an email on the 10th of this month, it is wrong assumption that the board required masking for pre through K-8 schools and board meetings for public safety. If it's not for public safety, then is it about the $78 million? Or is there another agenda hidden that we're not aware of, maybe like a union to the schools? Because I know you guys have union school boards and whatnot that you guys follow. So it makes me wonder, because you guys, even though you sat up here and did what you did this evening, you still have the right to mask our children. This is about freedom of choice. This virus is not going anywhere. If you guys would do research, you'd understand it's a cold virus. We've had cold viruses for how many centuries? The flu hasn't gone anywhere. It's still here. The protocol has always been from your doctors. You have a virus. There's nothing we can do to treat it. It has to run its course. Go home and rest, drink some fluids, and stay home until you feel better. So why are we treating this any differently? I just saw my doctor over a week ago, and I spoke to her about the Omicron variant. And she sat there and told me, this virus is on its way out. This Omicron variant is lesser than any other variant that has been out there, and sooner or later, the masks will be gone. I don't know if you guys are aware, but the New York Supreme Court earlier today just stated it is unlawful to mask people. And so they did away with it. So I believe that you guys need to reevaluate things and let our kids breathe freely and have a proper education to do so.
Thank you, Ms. Sawyer. Ms. Shauna Kramer, and next will be Ms. Judy Crum.
Hello, Board and Superintendent Pilch. Surprise, it's about masks. I too signed up before the agenda item was listed. Despite how many masks you have that may perfectly match your outfit, they do not stop the spread of virus. Okay, and rather than spending my time telling you what they don't do, if every child in the district matters, I'd like to share with you what these masks have done, at least in my household. They've prevented my second grade hard of hearing son from having equal access to language. Our household uses sign language. Do you guys understand the importance of facial expression in that? I would guess not, because before this evening, my son's exemption was denied. And my second grader is now homeschooled, so he has access to language. These masks have been the center of trauma and anxiety for my 13-year-old daughter. As if 8th grade isn't hard enough, she's had to deal with being sent home and sent to the office multiple times for not wearing her mask properly. She's been shamed in front of her classmates by teachers and staff for not wearing a mask. She's also had to deal with a teacher putting her hands on her in an attempt to pull her mask over her face. Finally, these masks have shown my 17-year-old senior just how devastating life can be when you let fear run your world. See, while my high school student isn't masked, he's been spared from that. What he did get to see is what this board's decision has done to our family. It meant that his younger brother could no longer attend public school. It meant that his sister was now being actively bullied by staff and teachers. And it meant that the individuals he once looked up to and respected, he could now hear them speaking in disgust of individuals making their own medical decisions. Those things, boards and Superintendent Bilch, are what the masks have done, just in my household.
Thank you, Ms. Cranley.
Thank you.
Next up is Ms. Judy Cron, and following her will be Mr. Bill Gillard.
Good evening. It's been a long evening. I'll be short. From 2005 to 2013, I served on the District 6 School Board. Those were difficult times, as evidenced by us being on academic probation, loss of community support, teachers and staff who felt neglected and unappreciated, and state funding cuts of millions of dollars. So I know and understand what a difficult position you have been in. Please know that this district is strong. There is tremendous support in this community for the positive progress this district has made since Dr. Pilch accepted the position of superintendent. The community stands with you, as evidenced by the passage of the mill levy and the bond. Thank you, Dr. Pilch, your team, staff, teachers, and school board for the hard and difficult work you are doing. I was saddened by the anger and disrespect shown you tonight. I can't imagine you having to have gone through this for months, and I want you to know that there are those of us who really feel you are doing a good job. And Mr. Bentley, I really appreciate your comments about how this board has come together. And that is an amazing thing and says again a lot about the leadership of this board and the superintendent, that 3 new board members can come onto a board and feel comfortable and accepted in such a short time period. School board, thank you so much for your service. It is one of the hardest and least appreciated positions to be in. Keep the faith, support one another, your staff, teachers, and especially your outstanding superintendent. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cron. Next up is Mr. Bill Gillard, and then we'll have Ms. Sonia Miller.
I signed up wrong. I wanted to talk on the flu. I only can say 2 words that tells you why I'm against everything the government says, and it's called Agent Orange. I'm from Vietnam veteran, and that stuff is still killing veterans, and it was supposed to be the ideal thing. But do you know what COVID-19 has killed? It has killed the regular flu, the H1N1 flu, the swine flu, and also common sense. I don't need the government to tell me to stay home if I'm sick. That's all I'll talk about that subject. I would like the board to consider videotaping the work sessions. Make the video, the input from the public, raise it to 3 minutes. As you can see, people hit 2 minutes and they're still talking. adjust the time to 2 minutes if you have more than 10 people speaking. The other thing I'd like to see is split your meetings. Have the work session at one Monday, have the regular meeting, a business meeting on the other Monday. Because the work session, I like it videotaped, because that's where the meat and potatoes are. That's where you guys discuss, and the public needs to see who's for it, why you're against it, all that stuff. That is the meat and potatoes of our government, and we don't get to see it. I would suggest you do that. Other than that, that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gillard. Ms. Sonia Miller.
Hi guys, I'm back. Ironically, Bill Gillard, I actually sent an email to them today because I have a medical mask exemption and I can't mask. I've been locked in the lobby more hours than I can count with the security here because they won't allow me in the building. So I gotta wear stupid stuff like this to get in here. But I have asked them specifically in an email to all of them, actually just to Amy today, but I know it went further than that, to hold those meetings in this boardroom where we have microphones where we can hear you. When we're watching, when you do offer me accommodation, which is not often, and I have to watch from the other room on YouTube, we can't hear you. The closed captioning that comes through there last week, the week before last, said, "We pray to Tony Danza." Okay, this is not an adequate accommodation. I'm not kidding, that's a true story. This is not an adequate accommodation for people who can't mask, okay? This is absolutely ridiculous what you guys are doing to people who can't mask. And asking children to cover asking any human to cover their beautiful faces is absolutely disgusting. You guys are tyrannical. On the break, I asked Mr. Michael Matthews how he felt about the 666 on a personal level. I was told by Ms. Pappas that I was very rude when I was asking him that. And for the record, Michael Matthews told me that there isn't 666 in his district. But if you look, you can clearly see, and you read all the way to the right, 666. I'm not arguing semantics with you, Mr. Matthews. You know it's there. Okay, you guys said a couple other things that I want to address. Mueller, I don't usually address you, but I'm really sick of your students of color thing, okay? You talk about students of color or people of color as if white isn't a color. If all you talk about is race, you are racist. So stop with that, please. Masks are not normal. Somebody said they want to get back to normal. They want to wear masks so they can and masks are not normal. You all look like fools. Safe and effective vaccine, MASH, you know better. I've read you the vaccine adverse event reporting systems. And for the record, for the public record, everybody needs to go to openvars.com. Open Vaccine Adverse Event Reporting System. And you can read the reports for yourself. Please unmask our kids. Why are we waiting until the 7th? Every single one of you have admitted that this doesn't work. Masks don't work.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. That's all we have for you tonight. It's been a long night, but thank you for joining us. Thank you for those who are online. This meeting is adjourned.